distinguished guests, invited dignitaries, esteemed experts, and representatives of the World Bank, colleagues, officers and staff of FREMA, WRD, and AADB. I welcome all of you to this second day of the regional workshop on nature-based solutions in the northeastern region. We begin with the first session of the day. So may I like to call upon Mr. Rupak Kumar Majumdar, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of FREMA, to the stage. Sir, kindly please take your seat. May I also request Dr. Ellis Penning, Mr. Deep Pegu, Dr. Sonali Ghosh, Dr. Parthojyoti Das to kindly come to the stage. We have three speakers. Mr. Muhammad Firoz Ahmed, Scientist F, Arenak. We have Mr. Pankaj Hazarika from the Harmuti, Lakhimpur district. And we have Dr. Debojit Kolita, Puhor Essence Private Limited. I would now request Majumdar sir to kindly take over as a moderator and lead the session. Thank you, sir.
So good morning to all the dignitaries and the participants. So today we start our first session here. So we'll start off with communities first. Bora sir, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable, sir. Good morning. So we have our panelists, Dr. Ellis Penning, Mr. Deep Pegu, Dr. Sonali Ghosh, and Dr. Parthojyoti Das. So they have been all introduced. So talking about community, I would like to bring to the stage one particular photograph. It's not come to the screen here, right? Dibakar, again, that photograph has not come here, right? This, I think, will prick your imagination, but I think most of you know what it is. So the people who have come from abroad, they may find it interesting. And I think Dr. Jairaj is the best person to explain what this is. So later on, we'll seek your comments, sir. I went and visited, I found it very interesting. So this is what is a living root bridge in Meghalaya. And there are about more than 100 such bridges in Meghalaya, in the southern part of Meghalaya, in the forests, in the subtropical forests. And this is an absolute example of the harmony that exists between the symbiotic relationship which exists between humans, the community, and the and nature. So why I'm saying it is because as the tree grows, its branches and the roots are manipulated by the community for generations. And they are on top of the meandering streams and rivulets. They are very fast-moving streams during monsoons. And they have no other way of communication other than this. So their survival exists on these trees, and the living roots facilitate their sustenance. So at least most of people from this area, they have seen. But Dr. Penning, do you find it very interesting? Have you seen anything like this, ma'am? Okay. So like I said, there are at least about 100 of them in about 72 villages in Meghalaya. And Dr. Sonali Ghosh can also explain better regarding this. So why I've shown it is because we are talking about communities today. And this is the best example perhaps in our region where the harmony and the symbiotic relationship is highlighted or shown. So now talking about communities, as we understand, community is a group of people with a common characteristic or interest bearing living together with a larger society, within a larger society, and it can be an academic community, scientific community, international community. But today we are talking about community focused on nature-based solutions, and more particularly to bring it into context, we are connected with the World Bank supported AIRBMP. The full form is Assam Integrated River Basin Management Program, and the ADB supported CRBI FRERMP, which is community climate resilient Brahmaputra Integrated Flood River Erosion and Risk Management Program. So to bring the discussion to context, I'll take a little bit of time. So Assam is a state which largely it depends on agriculture for its livelihood. So there is very less non-farm job creation. 32% of the population of the 31.2 million live below poverty line. Women agriculture cultivators form about 32% of the agricultural wage laborers. And about 75% of the Assam farm families live in Brahmaputra River Valley, where 90% of the cultivable land is always at the risk of flooding. Recurrent flooding results not only in agriculture damages, but it reduces fertility of the soil by huge sand deposits and results in decreased productivity of the land, which has impact on small farmers and female-headed farmers. So in the topic you must have seen, we have talked about sedimentation and harvest also. So this is in that backdrop. So in the ADB supported program, our focus in terms of implementation is Dibrugarh, Palasbari, Gumi, Guwahati West, Tinsukia, Morigaon and Gwalpara. So we'll have about 179 hectares of land which will be impacted, of which about 100 hectares is government land, 78.96 is private lands. There will be 64 villages which will be impacted, and we have assessed that we will pay a compensation of 114 crores to the people who will be affected. Now, in terms of the measures which will undertake under the program, it will be both structural and non-structural in the 4 project areas. So it includes about 60 kilometers of riverbank erosion protection, about 32 kilometers of pro-siltation measures, and about 4 kilometers of flood embankments, where there would be fish passes also in critical areas. So the aim is to maintain river flood interconnectivity to enhance biodiversity. And specifically, we mentioned that nature-based solutions such as reed plantations that promote sediment deposition and reduce rain cuts on slopes will be pilot tested with possible involvement of the private sector as well. But then the primary focus is on AADB, which is the PIU. In the 8th memo, it was specifically mentioned that the Assam Agroforestry Development Board will pilot nature-based solutions such as reed plantations to promote sediment deposition and reduce rain cuts on slopes, as well as wetland rehabilitation. So, in terms of the community, what is mentioned is that the vulnerable people's livelihoods and resilience will be improved. So, it will directly improve the livelihoods and disaster resilience of the poor and destitute people living in the flood embankments and shorelands. Shorelands are the sandbars within the project areas and those routinely affected by floods and river erosion. So it will specifically target women. It will establish modern weaving centers, provide sewing machines, train female-headed households and female self-help groups to spin, weave and market silk. Then second is increase vegetable production by providing climate resilient seeds, promoting improved agricultural practices and extending market support. Then provide vocational training for unemployed youth. And then last is raise awareness on flood and riverbank erosion, strengthen disaster preparedness and emergency response. So it would also provide alternative income opportunities around the nature-based solutions. And last of all, it would also improve roadside markets. So in terms of the work under the World Bank project, it is a three-phase, multi-phase programmatic approach. So it includes about 29 kilometers of anti-erosion works, 13.67 for Beki and 18 kilometers for Buridhing, and 21 kilometers of existing flood embankment strengthening. So there again, about 160 hectares of land would be affected. So there will be a lot of structures which will be affected. We will provide compensation to them as per legislation, and the compensation is assessed about 73 crores. So with this backdrop, we want to involve the community. So in the meantime, we have prepared what are known as resettlement plans. There we have included everything. All the details have been given. So as far as World Bank is concerned, we have gone a lot ahead in terms of implementation. As far as the ADB project is concerned, we have started with the land acquisitions. We have started off with the underwater work also. So we will go ahead. Now, all this is not possible without the involvement of the community. So the community support has been sought, and that's why in this session that we have, we will talk about the community part. So talking about the panelists, we have Dr. Parthajuti Das, he is an environmental scientist with about 20 years experience. And in addition, we have Dr. Firoz Ahmed. I was particularly interested to know about the participatory natural resource management program that he heads. So that should be very interesting. So we will have these two persons. In addition, Dr. Penning's profile we already received yesterday. She's a person of international repute and is one she is associated with the IAHR working group on nature-based solutions. So ma'am, I think that everybody would be interested to know what we are doing on it. So now, post-1950 earthquake, unpredictable floods and riverbank erosion took the center stage in Assam. It affected the community very badly. So the focus of this session is to look into the community's perspectives of handling and coping with these risks. So we listed Mr. Philipson Sona, director of an NGO called People's Action for Development. But unfortunately, I heard that some demise has occurred in his family, so he's not here. So second in line is that we have representatives from the Karbi community, and their initiative is known as PIRBI. So PIRBI is a community collective for business based on Kohora Basin that aims to support and promote ethnic products that empower communities and create market linkages. And the business is owned by the community. So I would like to request Dr. Firoz Ahmed, as well as he's a senior scientist from Orinoco who conceived the idea of PIRBI. I would request him to brief the August gathering about the concept and the impact it had on the Kohora Basin in terms of flood and erosion risk reduction. So Dr. Firoz Ahmed, please.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, the panelists, and respected guests here and delegates, and also the other audience. So already a lot has been spoken about NASA-based solution, but today we are here to discuss how communities, the indigenous communities in particular, as well as local communities, are already applying NASA-based solutions in their day-to-day life, as well as to empower to strengthen their society. In fact, 90% of the Earth's biodiversity is protected and conserved by the indigenous communities, and the rest 10% by people like us probably, or the government or the other agencies. However, we have failed to protect that 10% even, whereas the rest 90% has been protected and being protected and will be protected by the indigenous communities in future as well. So where we are failing, we need to find that out. But that's not what the main focus of this presentation. I think the main focus of this presentation is we have been working with communities in different parts of Northeast India, particularly for last almost 10 years with indigenous Bodos and indigenous Karbi communities of Northeast India, where we are evolving action models which can be replicated elsewhere. With aim of that, I am going to present few slides here. You all know about the NASA-based solutions, but I would like to highlight the last point here from the IUCN's perspective, which is a conservation-based organization. IUCN pleads for human rights-based approach for NASA-based solutions. Just keep that in mind. This is very, very important because when we are talking about NASA-based solution, human right-based approach is very, very important. When we are doing our work, we are adhering to global standards where the 5 components on the top of the graphics you can see, which represents protection, address specific issues. Then it also addresses infrastructure, management, and restoration. And we have different examples of doing so while working with the local communities, which is helping in societal changes positively, and also human well-being and biodiversity benefits as outcome of all these activities. We can discuss about all this later on one-on-one or in different discussions. I will skip the detailed discussion and to respect the time. And where we work is basically with the forest fringe villages, where there is forest, where there is ecosystem alive, and where ecosystem needs our help to improve. That is our focus area. And our target communities are indigenous and local communities. Our core objectives are addressing local challenges through NBS and with the help of local communities, not without them. Protecting and restoring catchment areas of streams and small rivers, conserving ecosystem and biodiversity. And our approach is very simple, but very ground-rooted. Participatory community approach is what we do. We ideate with them, design with them, and implement with them at the same time. Strategic steps of work is we have community consultations to be conducted in advance, participatory observation and assessments, which is done together, education, awareness, and capacity building of the participating communities, participatory ideation, planning, and implementation. That is a process which evolves very frequently, but the learning steps are inbuilt within that. And community-owned system of management. We want to live what we learn with the communities, and so that they manage themselves, as soon we withdraw from that. And this is where I'm presenting a couple of case studies quickly to you. This is where we are working currently. This is Kaziranga National Park on the north, and then we have the Karbi Hills on the south, and that is Kohora River Basin, which is about 30 square kilometer of area. And next to that, on the east, we have Diflu River Basin, not Diflu, sorry. We have Diflu and, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about it for the moment. And anyway, so this Kohora and many other small tributaries are actually lifeline for Kaziranga's southern part of it. And it feeds to the larger river system called Diflu River System, where it drains out, and this water is a lifeline for the critical wildlife and biodiversity within Kaziranga National Park. One of the case study I'm presenting here is what communities have done themselves, because in one of the villages called Rongtara village in the hills, where from our representatives also present here from the Karbi community. We have a couple of them present. And this is the situation in the beginning. They had to spend about 3 to 4 hours per day to fetch water for their family and use the water away from their home. And they consulted and discussed, and they decided to create a self-designed, self-made, self-managed gravitational pipeline. And this is the This is the pipeline about 800 meters, and they have done it themselves. And currently, they have water within their homestead. And this water is very important for them, for this 18 household. And women are now saving 2 to 3 hours of their time from the day and investing that into other livelihoods and other income-generating activities or their personal time. Water for homestead garden is a major constraint we have been seeing there, because Karbis are very good in agriculture, but they were not doing winter cultivation because they had lack of water to water the plants. And also they have adopted eco-restoration in the area north of that point, actually, where the pipeline starts. There is a small stream which is perennial, but it is in danger because of the zoom cultivation. So they are now doing eco-restoration with our help to secure the water for future. So the next case I'm studying is a zoom plot restoration and agro, because we are all talking about eco-restoration these days, and this is a probably buzzword now. And how we are doing it, with the communities. So zoom, as you know, is slash and burn cultivation, which opens the land for further siltation and topsoil degradation. So what we are doing, we are consulting with the communities, and they have agreed. 35 households have already agreed. And what we do before they show the rice, the native species, about 11 native species at this moment, are being planted in the zoom plot by themselves. And it has an incentive-based program we have designed. And you can see the one of the photograph, it is being tagged by local communities, and for us, they help us in monitoring. And then some of the trees are already grown like 8 feet to 10 feet tall. In this case, I think this is 35 household is part of this whole learning process. Almost 25 hectares has been covered under this, and 15 native species are being used from the Pirbi nursery, which is working in the area. And the third case study I'm talking about is a rural eco-cultural tourism, where the communities have established homestays who has not going anymore for zoom cultivations. And also there is a NASA trail where people guide themselves, local communities. And this has led to sustainable income from an alternate source of which is again using nature, which is the natural elements. And if you see the statistics here, the homestays has earned about 7 to 8 lakhs of rupees over the last 4 years. The summary of Ingnam Kenkam, which is the NASA trail-based ecotourism, and they have earned about 150,000 rupees in the 2 years' time. And there are 25 households, and they are having now sustainable livelihood using NBS. And one important point is, as this is a NASA-based approach, so they are contributing 10% of their profit to the biodiversity conservation and 10% to the communities other than the other shares they have. The other case I'm going to quickly present is about Pirbi, which also having a stall outside. This is a community-based enterprise where the profit remains with the community, not an individual entrepreneur. So Pirbi produces with the local communities lots of products from the landscape as well as from other areas. This includes both farm-based and non-farm-based handloom and handicraft. And Pirbi also, if I'll just quickly play a video for your দেখুৱা নাই কিন্তু এইটো হেৰি কৰিব লাগিব নি প্ৰেজেন্ট কৰিব লাগিব না কৰবাত ভিতৰত নুখুলিলে কিন্তু পিপিটিৰ ভিতৰত খোলা নাই আপোনাৰ হেৰি পেন ড্ৰাইভ আছে এতে আছে হেৰিটো ভিডিঅ'টো তাতে চলাব লাগিব ঠিক আছে পিছত চলাই দিম নহ'লে এতিয়া নালাগে We'll go ahead because the videos are not playing here for some reason. Oops. Then another presentation, another video I had on the Bodo communities, but I'm afraid it will play or not. But let me see if it plays very good. If not, we'll move ahead quickly. Tanvi, I need your help. Why is it not presenting? Dilo. Tarpar no, etu airport play kora eta present one.
ते पिरबी के इसी कार्बी बेन पुदामलो पते थेंग प्रांग मुनिट मुनर वोटे कोसो लाइ पांगरुम पेट पेंसी पिरबी पुदामलो
পিৰবি স্থানীয় কিছু লোকে একত্ৰিত হৈ সংগঠিত কৰা এটা সংগঠন। পিৰবি সাধাৰণতে পৰিচালনা কৰে স্থানীয় এখন কমিটিয়ে আৰু সেই কমিটিৰ অন্তৰ্ভুক্ত হৈ আছে কাৰ্বি আংলঙৰ কিছু কাৰ্বি ৰাইজ, কাৰ্বি কৃষক, কাৰ্বি ক্ষুদ্ৰ ব্যৱসায়ী।
পিৰবিয়ে সাধাৰণ ৰাইজৰ পৰা বিশেষকৈ কাৰ্বি আংলঙৰ যিসকল শিপিনী আছে, যিসকল কৃষক আছে, তেওঁলোকৰ পৰা যিখিনি স্থলুৱা সামগ্ৰী আছে এইখিনি আহৰণ কৰে। পিৰবিৰ লাভাংশ আহে, তাৰ পৰা 10% স্থানীয় যিসকল কৃষক আছে, যিসকলে আমাক বস্তু ছাপ্লাই দিয়ে, তেওঁলোকলৈ যায় আৰু 10% স্থানীয় পৰিৱেশ সংৰক্ষণৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ পৰা তেওঁলোকক দিয়া হয়।
Pirbi long pen kijor itu kenam pen ali long bangke pohora la pen di flu abisinang kang alo kidu aratum ladak ahok hak ali long pon ati ali long pon ke lahan lo ladak kijor homu pen itu ali ke long bangke ke ladak aratum si ali long pon ali bangke lahan lo alang litum ke choklem ke chodam ahormu Bikhe koi rong ajo jitu keklang hormu, ake cam hormu, tharmit punoi, birik punoi, pape hansrong punoi lahai kado bikhe George tame.
Pirbi is supported by Aranyak, and Aranyak supports in terms of the overall management of the Pirbi Management Committee. Our objective is to reduce their dependency on forest resources by adopting different sets of alternative livelihood and sustainable practices. So one such initiative is Pirbi. আপোনালোক সকলোকে কাজিৰঙালৈ আহিলে পিৰবি যিখন স্থল আছে তালৈ স্বাগতম জনাইছোঁ।
নাংলি তুম দো আনা ফান্তা নিলি তুম পিৰবি ষ্টলং কিবাং জি ফান্সি চুপহাপন কাৰ্ড
Pirbi elong kado gabiarat phantame kibang ye phansi chuning ri poriklo.
Thank you. Please go to the next quick video. This is all about, the next one is the Bodo indigenous communities. They are already implementing nature-based solutions, even for management of the, riverine areas they have. So this is in Panbari range of the Chourang village in Manas National Park. This river, I think there will be narration here.
নমস্কাৰ, মোৰ নাম উদাম বসুমতাৰী। মই 2 নম্বৰ চৰঙতে বাসিন্দা। আচলতে এতে আমাৰ কমিউনিটি ফৰেষ্ট হ'ল মানে আগতে এইটো নদী আছিল। নদীটো এটা সময়ত গৈ মানে সেই পিনি চাইডত গৈছে। তাৰপাছত সেইটো আমি সেনেকৈ নদীটো এৰি যোৱা মাটিত আমি ৰাইজে ভাবি মানে গছ গছনি ৰুবলৈ ধৰিলে। এতিয়া লাহে লাহে গছ গছনি ডাঙৰ হৈ গ'ল। ডাঙৰ হোৱাৰ পাছত এইটো গছ বহুত হৈ গ'ল, জংঘল হৈ গ'ল, এইটো ফৰেষ্ট হৈ গৈছে। তাৰপাছত এতে মানে গোটেই জীৱ জন্তু আহে, মানে পহু চৰাই গোটেই মানে আহে আৰু বহুত মানুহে চাবলৈও আহে পৰ্যটকসকলে। আৰু আমাৰ গাঁওবিলাকৰ মানে বহুত মানে সেইটো জংঘলটো কৰি পেলাই বহুত উন্নতিও পাইছোঁ আৰু মানে আমাৰ যিবোৰ মানে জীয়াই থকাত মানে বহুত হেল্প পাইছোঁ এইটো ফৰেষ্টৰ পৰা। আমাৰ যিটো খেতি বাতি কৰে, খেতি বাতিৰ কাৰণেও বহুত মানে হাতটো পাইছোঁ ইয়াৰে পৰা আৰু ভালকৈ অক্সিজেন ল'ব পাইছোঁ। আৰু আমাৰ বহুত ধৰণৰ মানে যি সময়ত পানী লাগে সেই সময়ত পানীটো আহে। 25 বছৰমান আগৰ পৰাই আমি হাবিটো বনাব ধৰিছে সেইটো। তাৰপাছত সেইটো সেনেকৈ হাবি হৈ গ'ল আৰু এতিয়া এখন 60 বিঘামান হ'ব চাগে।
So the local communities planted trees almost 20 years back, and this is now a forest which is used by different wild animals, including elephants even coming and breeding. I mean, not breeding exactly, giving birth in this small forest. It's about 60 bighas of land, around slightly less than 10 hectares, and they have themselves, produced this area. Some problem with the PPT, I don't know why, but let me see if it goes. It's not moving. Maybe I'll just close this, or maybe the computer has hanged. I don't know. Any IT persons who can address this problem? So I don't have any major slides, but I just wanted to conclude with a few words, which is in the last slide. So it's about how we, take communities in consideration while implementing nature-based solutions. One of the important point is consulting with them and making them a partner, not just beneficiaries. Most often our interventions, our schemes consider communities as beneficiaries. I think that is a recipe for failure, as most cases we have already seen. There are hundreds of examples. I think it's important that they become partner to our interventions, and they take it as their own. It's not like even community-based. Most often we call community-based. It has to be targeted as community-owned, so that the ownership is on them, so that it lasts for generations to come. And the last, but not the least, is that all these activities that we are doing is addressing the major societal changes that is as per the NBS global standard. And also this is all hitting the sustainable development goals that has been targeted globally. And I think these are the few words I wanted to say. And we have present here Josna Terangpi, Angring Hansepi, and Rukmini Singnarpi right there from the Karbi community. So I would like to request the panelists, if you have any questions, to direct to them, so that they can also be part of the discussion, being local indigenous communities coming all the way and being present here. Thank you.
Dr. Ahmed, please stay back and ahok stage ole ahok apnalo.
We thank Dr. Firoz Ahmed for his wonderful presentation. So we have seen two of the best practices that we have adopted, and we are fortunate to have in our midst the members of PIRBI as well. So would they be able to speak about their success, success story?
I think they will speak in Karbi, and Josna can translate that.
Yes. So we hand over the mic to you, please. How you are associated, what you have achieved, how you have succeeded.
Kardom, kadugo e fansame, nilimen angringan sepi, nili kohora rong tara, singna rong pensiva. La sipini nilitum lada nilitum benefits kelong mate ale kelong hormusi nilitum nang thanik po. La pen nilitum ale kelong bisi ale kelong ke nilitum jhum cultivation pen mate inglong arit ke claim pen nilitum ali chapalong ladang nilitum aha pre claim nang ne la jhum cultivation pen si mate inglong arit katiki pen nilitum methang ke cho phan methang chokam phan la pen kachojor kacholang la pen ke usomar pacharli phan sami nilitum masavet la jhum cultivation ke claim pen si nilitum ale chapalong lo la pen ke isi bangke la lo nilitum la mane munira tum ajhak tum chethan lo je nilitum jongsi jhum cultivation jongsi claim plotang te environment mante warmona phan mi o e pusi kaduk ke ong dong amuni tum ki chethan bon sami nilitum nili isi alam ningje kang tung je jhum cultivation jongsi claim plotang te nilitum karbi tum ke hakko pen sami je jhum cultivation si claim lo mate inglong arit pensi mane kereng ason lo la sinili tum nona bange isi benefits jhum cultivation benefits ke long bange la lo je jhum cultivation pining claim lo pulotang te la so jhum cultivation afila long jong si ram lo pulotang te nilitum ladak ti sa epon po la penke thengpi epon po la sinilitum zoom cultivation mate inglong red clam pulotang te clam pens tame nilitum alelong ke lalo puthot thengpi epon tu po la penke sa pini ni epon po la pen tame alelong.
Thank you, Angring. I would like to request Josna to translate in English in a brief and nutshell way.
Kardom, everyone present out here. She was speaking about how their village, Rongtara, manage with a natural-based solution. She was talking about jhum cultivation, like in every paragraph. Like in Karbi Anglong, jhum is the main thing that they are dependent and rely on jhum. But that jhum remained barren. And she was also talking about that people are talking that jhum is creating a problem, that slash and burn is creating the environment. And then she was saying that, but jhum in their area, jhum is cultivated in a small area, in a small plot of land, and then multiple crops have been cultivated there. And then that's how they have generalized capitalisms and everything come from there for their children educations. And then the barren land doesn't live like that. After they used to plantations like trees, and then some of them they used to plant tea garden. So that's how they have been surviving. And she also mentioned that they have, with the help of the community, they are having a pipeline to their area. Like how Firoza also mentioned about that, they have been suffering that carrying the water from a very far area, and now they have been, with the help of the community, they were able to bring a pipeline to their places. So how the success story is, she have been mentioning about. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I think Zinia, they have to be felicitated, right?
Yeah. Please ask them to stay back now. Okay, may I request Roma and Rubina to please come and felicitate Dr. Ahmed and his team.
So thank you. Please, please, please. Your turn now. We are grateful to Dr. Firoz Ahmed. I've seen his profile. He's done PhD from Utkal University. He is an avid researcher. He's discovered several new species of amphibians, including orang sticky frog, Assamese balloon frog, Assamese cascade frog. And his team works across eastern Himalaya and northeastern region on multiple groups and species and conservation livelihood interventions. He is leading the Tiger Research and Conservation Division of Oroinok, and he also leads the participatory natural resource management program that focuses on conservation livelihoods and NRM by the indigenous people and local communities. So thank you, Dr. Ahmed. It's a great effort from your side, and I hope this good work will go on. There'll be more and more PB groups coming up. So next, we have with us Sri Pankaj Hazarika, son of Srimati Surama Hazarika, who is known to have brought a change in the chore of Dighal Chapuri in Harmuti. Harmuti is within Lakhimpur district revenue circle, and they have planted jujube, that is bogori, in the chore. So we would like to get an insight as to what sort of initiatives he has taken, how he has changed the scenario, partly in the ecosystem, and plus how he has associated the rural people in his efforts towards nature-based solutions. So, Mr. Hazarika, please.
Good morning, everyone. মোৰ নাম পংকজ হাজৰিকা। মই লখিমপুৰ জিলাৰ অৰুণাচল অসম সীমান্তৰ হাৰমতি নামৰ এখন সৰু জাগাৰ পৰা বিলং কৰিছোঁ। Actually,
Lakhimpur Jillar, my name is Pankaj Hazarika. He's come from Lakhimpur district near Arunachal. He's come from a very small place. Yes.
Actually, মই এজন MMA fighter, মই ইণ্ডিয়া represent কৰোঁ।
He is actually an MMN fighter. He represents India.
এইটো কাৰণে মই ক'ব বিচাৰিছোঁ যে মই মোৰ আৰু মোৰ খেতিৰ লগত ইনভলভ আছে, সেইটো কাৰণে মই মোৰ প্ৰফেশ্যনেল কিবাটো কৈছোঁ আপোনালোকৰ ওচৰত।
He said about his profession because it is involved with his cultivation. That is why he wants to mention.
কেলে কি মই বহুত সৰু poor family পৰা belong কৰিছোঁ।
He belongs to a very poor family.
তো মোৰ এনেকুৱা হৈছিলে যেতিয়া মা দেউতাহঁতৰ খেতি মাটি যিবোৰ আছিলে বানৰ যেতিয়া নেকি বানপানী হৈছিলে তেতিয়া গোটেইখিনি ডুবি গৈছিলে আৰু খহাই নিছিলে।
The cultivation his parents had was devastated by the floods and it was eroded by the flood.
তাৰপিছত যেতিয়া আমি অলপ ডাঙৰ হ'লো তেতিয়া আমাৰ চলিবৰ কাৰণে দিগদাৰ হ'ল।
When they grew up, it was difficult for them to run the life.
তাৰপিছত আমি যেতিয়া বুজি পালোঁ যে যিখিনি আমাৰ নেকি খেতি মাটিখিনি উটি গৈছিলে তো চাপৰি হৈ পৰিছিলে।
So when they realized that they have to do something and the land they had lost during the flood had turned into a barren land.
তো আমি চিন্তা কৰি পালোঁ যে তাৰ পৰা আমি কেনেকৈ ইনকাম কৰিব পাৰিম, তাৰ পৰা আমি কেনেকৈ চলিব পাৰিম।
They started thinking how to create income from that land.
তেতিয়া মোৰো স্পৰ্টছত বহুত খৰচা আহি পৰিলে, ইণ্ডিয়াৰ পৰা বাহিৰত যাবলগীয়া হ'ল কেম্পৰ কাৰণে, তো ঘৰত তেতিয়া পইচা নাছিলে।
As he is a player, he needed to go out of India. They needed money, but there was no money in the house.
তেতিয়া আমি বহুত প্ৰব্লেম ফেচ কৰিছিলোঁ। তো ফাৰ্ষ্ট টাইম আমি ধান খেতি ষ্টাৰ্ট কৰিছিলোঁ।
They faced a lot of problems and initially they started paddy cultivation.
তাৰ পৰা নেক্সট ইয়াৰ যেতিয়া মই ৱেষ্ট বেংগল গৈছিলোঁ তো ৱেষ্ট বেংগলত মই দেখিছিলোঁ বগৰী খেতি কৰে।
Next year when he went to West Bengal, he saw cultivation of jujube in West Bengal.
তাৰ পৰা তাত দেখিলোঁ যে বগৰী ধুনীয়া খেতি হয়, তো তেওঁলোকৰ লগত মই ডিছকাছ কৰিলোঁ। তো তাৰপিছত তো কেনেকৈ আমাৰ ইয়াত কৰিব পৰা যাব, তাৰ পৰা আমি কেনেকৈ ইনকাম কৰিব পাৰিম।
So he wanted to know how he saw the jujube cultivation very well, doing well. So he thought how to do the cultivation in his plot of land and he started thinking of it.
তো ফাৰ্ষ্ট টাইম তো ইনভেষ্ট কৰিবৰ কাৰণে পইচা নাই, তো প্ৰথম
So initially there was no money to invest on that.
তো যেতিয়া নেকি আমি ধান খেতি কৰিছিলোঁ সেই ধানৰ ফাৰ্ষ্ট বিক্ৰী কৰি মই বগৰী পুলি আনিছিলোঁ।
So when they cultivated paddy, the first crop, selling the first crop, they bought the jujube plants, the jujube saplings.
তাৰ পৰাই মই প্ৰথম বছৰ ছেকেণ্ড বছৰ কৰি কৰি 2 বিঘা 3 বিঘাৰ কৰি বৰ্তমান মই 10 বিঘা খেতি কৰি আছো
From that, from the first, second and third year, from 2-3 bighas, now he's cultivating in 10 bighas of land. He's cultivating jujube in 10 bighas of land.
তো এতিয়া মই তাৰ পৰাই মোৰ ফেমিলি আৰু মোৰ যিমান মোৰ দৰকাৰ হয় বাহিৰত যাবলৈ হয় বা কৰবা ট্ৰেইনিং কৰিবলগীয়া হয় বা কাৰোবাক দিবলগীয়া হয় তো মই তাৰ পৰা ইনকাম কৰি মই নিজেও চলি আছো মোৰ ফেমিলিক চলাই আছো
From that income, he's been able to make his boat ends meet. He's been able to go out whenever he needs to for his sports career, and he's also running his family.
তো তাকে মই বেছি নকওঁ তো সেইটোৱে বস্তু কেনেকৈ মানুহে হাৰ্ড ৱৰ্ক কৰিলে তো চেঞ্জ হ'ব পাৰে নিজকে বা আগলৈ আগবাঢ়ি যাব পৰা মোৰ পৰাই মই নিজকে গম পাইছোঁ
He doesn't want to say more. He just wants to emphasize that how hard work can yield you good, and how hard work can, how people can go forward with hard work.
Okay.
That's all.
So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Hazarika Dangoria, stage ote thakibo kai.
Photo kiba ase?
There are some pictures I want to show.
Photo, yes.
There are some pictures.
আপুনি বহুত
He wanted to know how jujube helps in control of erosion.
আপুনি ভাল কোৱেশ্যন কৰিছে তো অবভিয়াছলি আমাৰ যিবিলাক নেকি খহনীয়া চাপৰিত প্ৰায় বগৰী গছে দেখি পোৱা যায় তো মই ভাবোঁ কি আমাৰ যিবিলাক আমিতো নেচাৰেলি নহয় আমি ৰোৱা হয় তথাপিতো বহুত প্ৰটেকশ্যন হয় আৰু বগৰী গছৰ পৰা মই ভাবোঁ বহুত মানে গৰা খহনীয়া যিটো শিপা বাঢ়ি যায় তো তাৰ পৰা প্ৰটেকশ্যন বহুতখিনি পোৱা যায়
So his answer is he gets to see lot of jujube plants on the charlands. So that is how it occurred to him, and his orchard is he has made his orchard. It is not naturally grown, but he has seen that it prevents erosion to a great extent.
বাকি মোতকৈ আপোনালোকৰ নলেজ বেছি আছে তো যদি আপোনালোকেও হেল্প কৰে আমাৰ তাতে বহুত তেনেকুৱা মাটি 30-40 বিঘা আমাৰ দেউতাৰ প্ৰপাৰ্টি আছে তো কেনেকৈ প্ৰটেকশ্যন কৰিব পাৰে আপোনালোকে যদি মোক হেল্প কৰে ময়ো কৰিবলৈ উৎসাহ থাকিম আপোনালোকে নিশ্চয় মোক হেল্প কৰিব বুলি ভাবোঁ মই
So he says he doesn't have scientific know-how of that. So if you help us, you help him. I mean, he's talking about the August audience. If someone helps him, they have 40-30 bighas, no? 30-40 bighas of land lying there, and that land could be saved from erosion with your support. Thank you.
Rupina and Ruma, please come for the felicitation. Hazuri Dangoria, আমি আপোনাক সন্মান জনাব বিচাৰিছো ধন্যবাদ
It's your mother? Yeah, that's his mother.
So thank you so much, Pankaj Hazarika. You've done a great work, and it's encouraging to see your mother also involved in it. So মই ক'ব বিচাৰিছোঁ যে গোটেই সমাজখনে তাতে যি ব্যস্ত আছে কমিউনিটি লেভেলত তেতিয়াহ'লে আঁচনিটো ঢেৰ আছে আমি যে হাবিৰ দাঁতিৰ কাষৰীয়া অঞ্চলত আছে তেতিয়াহ'লে আমাৰ বাইদেৱে যে কয় জইণ্ট ফৰেষ্ট মেনেজমেণ্ট কমিটি আপোনাৰ কিমান দূৰত মই গম নাপাওঁ ফৰেষ্টৰ ফৰেষ্টৰ লগত right ma'am we can talk about this he wants some help if he is associated with a joint forest management group then obviously we can strengthen his institution then it can be done then dhanyabad disu yes sir you need the mic sir
hello yeah that তেওঁৰ যিটো কুৱেশ্যন আছিলে the question he had whether the jujube can help in controlling the erosion problem তেওঁ সুধিছিলে যে বগৰীয়ে erosion মানে এইটো তেওঁকো সুধিছিলে তেওঁ উত্তৰ দিছে so in the project of Majuli there were a lot of jujube plant and so we also identified jujube by analyzing its root system and everything that it has the potential and we are planting it there in that particular area আমিও বগৰীটো লগাইছোঁ কিন্তু সেইটো আমাৰ লোকেল ভেৰাইটিটো কিন্তু এইটো আমি যিটো অসমীয়াতে বিলাতী বগৰী বুলি কওঁ সেইটোৰ প্ৰাইচটো বেছি আছে গতিকে সেইটোৰ যদি আমি চেম্পলিং আমাৰ এৰিয়াটো লগাই চাওঁ এইটো অলৰেডি লগোৱাই হৈছে এইটো দুটা চেম্পলিং লগাই চালে সেইটো আমি মনিটৰ কৰি থাকিব পৰা যাব তাতে আৰু ফ্ৰেমৰ আণ্ডাৰত আমি যেতিয়া আৰু প্ৰজেক্ট ল'ম সেইবিলাকতো তেনেকুৱা চেম্পলিং লগাব পাৰি আৰু তেওঁলোকে যিটো কৈছে যে ইণ্ডিভিজুৱেল লেভেল নিজাকৈ যদি কোনোবাই কৰে তেতিয়াহ'লে ইণ্ডিভিজুৱেলক সহায় কৰিবলৈ অলপ দিগদাৰী হয় কিন্তু কমিউনিটি বেচিছত যদি কৰে তেতিয়াহ'লে ইয়াৰ পৰা সেইটো সহায় কৰিবলৈ সুবিধা হয় গতিকে তেনেকুৱাকৈ এখন তাতে যদি ছ'চাইটি এটা গঠন কৰি লোৱা হয় কমিউনিটি হিচাপত এপ্ৰ'চ হ'লে বস্তুটো তেতিয়া আন দিশৰ পৰা সহায় কৰিবলৈ সুবিধা হ'ব ঠিক আছে
Thank you so much, sir. But in addition, I would like to give one more information. I was the district commissioner in a district called Chirang. So in Chirang, we have the river Ai. And on the banks of river Ai, we see a lot of jujube trees. Bogori goes bahut ase, plenty. So interestingly, there was a group which came from Jharkhand, so they saw the potential of growing lac there. And jujube, that is Bogori goss, happens to be the host plant for lac. And they exploited it. It was done on a pilot basis. So the group from Jharkhand, they did it very well. So we associated the local community groups in it and tried to impart training to them. But I left, and after that, I think the initiative died. I'm not sure. I tried to get feedback. But then it's a great opportunity and great potential. So that can be done. The Bogori gosor ko lac hoy. Lac has immense potential. So koriba para na jaine je apnar ta hekhini bostu sabole be jogajog korile. So kune help koribo pare sir from that point of view. From your side, if you can explore how that potential can also be explored as a host plant for lac cultivation. Okay, now we had one more group, but unfortunately he has not come, I think. His name is, let me announce again, his name is Somir Bordole. Has he come? He's the Secretary General of Spread Any. Has he come? He has not come. So in that case, we don't have any community groups. Thank you so much. So next we go to the panelists then. You have listened to them. So starting with Dr. Sonali Ghosh. So we had a very widely spread slogan. We said plant a tree and save the planet. So after going through all these presentations, what is the impact of it? How we can sort of say that, okay, this slogan is perfectly valid, how we can go ahead?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, and very interesting session. I think very much targeted towards the objectives, the mandates of Assam Agroforestry Development Board, the Forest Department in general, the aspect of native trees and community. So I think yesterday Dr. Jairaj sir mentioned one very nice, like a statement which I think all of us know, that in Assam you throw just a seed, it's going to grow. So this land is blessed. It's a place where you plant a tree and it will definitely come up. I think the key issues are of protection and of nurturing it till it grows in a manner which can be useful economically. So definitely, I think in the nature-based solutions, sir, we'll be looking at the aspect of commercial trees. For example, Mr. Hazarika's example of Bogori Gos, and what you said about the lac cultivation. So these type of interventions will be very keen. My observation on the Piribi model and what Dr. Feroz has mentioned is that it is, when we are talking about nature-based solutions, we had so far thought about only vegetation, but I guess drinking water would also be an aspect that could be looked at. I am not sure. I would like to talk a lot more with the water resources people in terms of whether is that also something where, because the Piribi example is about potable drinking water, which they got as part of their nature-based solution. So is that something which could be thought of when we are looking at nature-based solutions for preventing erosions and providing potable drinking water? So those were a few of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In addition, I was also impressed by the initiative of this homestay. We say that that is a source of livelihood. The people have to earn their livelihood. So that's a very good initiative, because I've seen in Meghalaya such things have come up, but in case of Karbi Anglong, what you're saying is a good effort, but it has again to expand to the other villages as well. So thank you, Dr. Ghosh. So, but similarly, I heard Dr. Penning also saying yesterday that in one of her slides she showed that the forest grew on its own. There was no human intervention involved. So in that case, it's something which is universal. So growing trees, maybe Dr. Jara said that in Assam, that is more pronounced, in the sense that if any space is left vacant for some time, after 2 seasons, perhaps you'll automatically find a mini forest developing there, right? Yes, that happens. Yeah, thank you so much. So as far as Dr. Penning is concerned, after going through the presentations, I've seen your profile, ma'am. You are associated with something called EcoShape, right? And then EU horizontal projects. And then third is IAHR initiative. How is it related to this sort of community projects? What has been your contribution? How we can sort of replicate them in this area if it's possible?
It is going. Yeah, there we go. There's many questions in one. First of all, I think it's really wonderful to see some practical examples of success. And I think it's extremely important to share these stories of success. Also, for example, even with your local neighbor villages, so that they can also, like your neighbors basically, so that you spread the drop of oil into a bigger area, so that more people start to be aware that this is an opportunity that we can take on board, not only for one goal, but for multiple goals. And also we see that, for example, in EcoShape, but also in many of the EU projects that I am involved in, that this community aspect is essential. It's one of the enablers to really implement nature-based solutions in a correct manner. So for example, in Indonesia, we've already been talking about this mangrove restoration one, where they are really involved also because they depend on the fishes that are growing, that are living in these areas. But also we see in Zimbabwe, we have another project which is trying to restore forests on the hill slopes. And there we see that what we're here seeing as the example of the drinking water provisioning that helps the community. There they were also talking about cooking fuel. And there they are using a lot of wood for cooking. So if you're starting to try to replant forests, you need to also think about what is then the alternative cooking fuel that you can provide, so that the forest restoration is actually going to be sustainable in the long run. And that was, so sometimes the solutions is not necessarily in a technical aspect or in a more like ecosystem restoration aspect, but it's also in providing communities with alternatives to the ways that they're normally working. And I think that these examples are really, really inspiring, especially for the region here. So thank you very much for showing them.
So thank you so much, Dr. Penning. So next I would like to go to Dr. Parthajyoti Das. So you have seen the presentations. The community has a particular level of capacity. They are doing it. So in terms of capacity building, what is the potential that you see and how do you think that we can go ahead?
Thank you for the question. But before addressing your question, I have two very short comments on the question which was asked to Mr. Hazarika. You were talking about this twining of lake.
Yes.
And Juju Bogoria Rula Ekalage
Yes.
Kora. There was a very big program by Missing Autonomous Council about 10 years back, where they exclusively promoted jujube cultivation with lake almost for 10 years. I think the project is over. It's a hugely successful project. The other thing is that another program by them also demonstrated the success of plantation of banana on both banks of Subansiri. And these are usually such land which was supposed to be barren and infertile by community, but then with some amount of soil reclamation and all that, all the sandy soil was found to be very, very productive. So there are schemes. Mr. Hazarika, you can contact Missing Autonomous Council. They might be having even funds for you to. The second question is to Madam Sonali Ghosh was talking about, including water and all that. I think if you remember my presentation yesterday, I brought one example exclusively from Nepal and also from Assam. The processes were absolutely good examples of NBS, but the objective was not disaster risk reduction or per se. Objective was to provide water security. So if you check literature, you will get many important globally promoted projects have provisioning of water security as the sole objective of some of these projects, or one of the major objectives, along with other addressing other environmental problems. And it is not only water quantity, also water quality. The famous case is the East Kolkata Wetlands, which is a Ramsar site. It is a very famous case, which demonstrate how they have achieved three important objectives. One is treatment of the entire volume of sewage that goes out from Kolkata city using traditional knowledge of the local people. Number two, fish farming in the same waters and vegetable farming in the same water. So that's a very famous case. So coming back to Assam, I have seen a lot of efforts being given by NGO and civil societies working with communities to build up their capacities, and also to enhance capacity of other civil society organizations or community organizations. There are several government programs also which are not actually designed to do something around NBS, because as I yesterday demonstrated, NBS is a very recent term. There are many other similar programs like disaster risk reduction, with which Water Resources Department is associated. And ASDM is doing a lot of work with community and civil society organizations on DRR, disaster risk management. There are many climate change adaptation programs promoted by government, which are going on very successfully, where a lot of capacity building has been done. But with the same, many of these activities can again, can qualify as NBS if you look at little bit, examine. So in a sense, directly or indirectly, a lot of programs are already in place, which are actually building up skill and capacity of NGOs, community groups, as well as even in some cases, some government agencies also, to take up work which can be called actually NBS. These are already in place. We just have to examine them, we just segregate them, that these are more useful. And at the same time, we also need to find out how we can further strengthen, say, bringing in more community participation and application of traditional knowledge of people.
Mangroves you showed in your slide. What is the potential regarding the, say, villages in the target areas that we have? We have two externally aided projects, like I said, ADB and World Bank. So what is the
technically we
potential?
don't call them
how can we
mangroves.
develop mangroves so that it's a nature-based solution to prevent this?
Mangroves are very well known for their capability of protecting shorelines in our coastal areas, And after the first case of tsunami last decade, and the people have more and more realized how important they are. And otherwise, there were many examples where mangroves were, demolished or destroyed, even in Sundarban areas and all that. Now everybody understands the value of it, and Government of India has several programs under which they are, hugely promoting cultivation of mangroves, protection of mangroves, conservation of mangroves through community-based program. This is very, very prominent in Orissa, actually. In Orissa, there are many examples. The kind of hedgy tree I saw, actually, technically we cannot call them mangroves, but they are, they are prevalent. They are prevalent everywhere in our riparian ecosystem, mainly on the banks of almost all rivers of Assam, rivers and wetlands of Assam. In my case studies, I have seen most of them in Lakhimpur and Majuli. And from anecdotal information, I mean, in some cases I have seen how they are protected, but in other cases I have information from communities that many of the small distributaries, small distributaries that crisscross, coming from Brahmaputra, again falling into Brahmaputra, that kind of small streams, which are otherwise go dry in lean season, but create flood and erosion during the rainy season. There are many such trees. Colmo is Ipomia, is a very important. Yeah, Ipomia is there. And then this Hijol, Barringtonia, they are very common. And they act wonderfully well in protecting their soil. And therefore, communities protect them as well. They don't allow any kind of harm to happen to them because they understand their value. So there's a lot of scope. I think if you properly identify that kind of, hedge-based trees and all that, I think it will work in smaller scales. It has worked naturally, even without being, nurtured, anything, without any human intervention, they're doing their job. So if other scientific interventions are brought in, I think they will do much better. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I think, sir, what you perhaps meant, the mangroves is the larger term which we see, but they are very clearly grow in the saline areas, so we won't get them here. But Assam has a lot many species which are part of what we call as the freshwater mangroves. It's a sort of, so like Hijol and others, and many of the wetlands, especially lower Assam, Dhir, Diplai, and some of these areas were famous for these mangrove species. And now they are confined only to some pockets of protected areas like Laukwa, Burasapuri, because this wood is in high demand. So people would like to extract it and harvest it. So yes, sir, but then I think this is a scope of work which needs a lot of research, lot of aspects that we know. Coming back to what Partho was saying, and if we do have time, so I understand that water, drinking water would be something which we will get as an ecosystem service in the streams which connect to the Brahmaputra. Would that be an issue on the main stem of Brahmaputra, sir? I just wanted to ask some of the engineers, maybe Mr. Bhaskar, would you want to respond? Because from what I understand, like the Dongban system, which Dr. Partho showed yesterday, that's on the tributary to the Brahmaputra because the water is a scarcity, the drinking water. So the people would do that because they want to have water for irrigation and for drinking. But along the main stem of the Brahmaputra, is drinking water an issue? I mean, I don't know because I never thought about it. Or would you want to respond to that, sir?
So your question is basically the whether on main stem Brahmaputra there is a issue of drinking water. Brahmaputra is never going dry, so that way water is available. Sometimes it's go off little away from the bank. That is what. So, but getting the water from the Brahmaputra, that's one issue, and getting quality water. But mainly, sometimes because of urbanization, suppose the water is going to the Brahmaputra, urbanization and other factories are also coming up there, then the water in the Brahmaputra is getting polluted. And from the downstream, if you make an intake of water for the drinking purpose, they need a lot of treatment. So those issues, the quality of water in a particular location, that you need to look into. So for drinking water is concerned. In fact, Guwahati also, we were advocating about the having, river water as drinking water. Now so many projects are coming up. So that way, water scarcity is not there. In large scale, it can be there. In large scale, like say for Guwahati, when we are supplying water for drinking purpose or for other use, then in the lean period, now with climate change impact, sometimes this water level may go down to much lower level. And in those intake well, there are actually some intake gate, and water may sometimes go below that gate. Or there may be sedimentation and water may not come to that intake point. So those issues we need to consider, and accordingly we can plan. Sometimes that's why birds is also a better alternative in many cases. So those issues are there.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to understand whether culturally people take water from the Brahmaputra and drink it, or because I know, like for example, in our forest department, it's basically there is a lot of bali, iron in the water. So it's usually that we dig a borewell and like a hand pump, and people drink that water.
Yeah,
so,
that is from the directly. That's why from river Brahmaputra kind of things, people will not go and take directly water, because simple well dug in a little away from the river, they will get very clear water. So that's why even in sea also people take that kind of water by digging well, and salinity also go down there. So similarity, or from that side, whatever water is coming from the, land side, that get trapped there. So this way, these are the factors that we need to consider.
But I am reminded of the efforts of one person, sir, that time, way back in 1988 to 90. His name was Sanjay Ghosh. And Sanjay Ghosh was associated with an NGO called Award Any. So he worked in Majuli. So that time this drinking water issue was taken up by him. So hand tubules were bought there. So there was some issue with the local panchayats. The fund was not an issue. But he, as an NGO, he had some issues. So eventually, he suddenly vanished from the scene. So that point of time, I saw, he used to make the community aware about salinity and the impurities in the water. And I saw a lot of incidents of goiter in that entire area from Salmara to, say, Kamalabari. Dr. Rajiv Goswami is also there. He may also have experienced that. All the people who are living in the river banks, most of them, particularly ladies, I used to see they had goiter. Right. Right, water quality is a concern.
In most of the riverine areas in Assam, the issue of water, drinking water, is not a big issue, except that during lean season, there is some scarcity, but that also, as Sharma sir has already mentioned, that if a dig well or install a hand tube well also, they get sizable quantity. Only is the quality-wise in many certain locations, the soil formation has certain seams that has some kind of toxic materials that are responsible for diseases and other things. Apart from that, it is not an issue. And one more thing, normally we see that those people who do not have the capacity to install a tube well or a dug well or simple well, for them it is an issue when the river migrates, if there is a shore formation nearby their locality and the river channel migrates to a distance, then they have to go to cross the shore and go there for their bathing, cleaning clothes and this thing. This issue is there. Apart from that, it is not we have not faced during our field work that drinking water is an issue for the villagers.
Can I
Thank
add
you, Dr.
one
Goswami.
comment?
Yes.
I think this is pertinent. It's an interesting discussion. I want to give you an example. About 20 years back, we were walking in a place called Kurua, which is not far from IIT Guwahati. And Kurwa is located right on the Brahmaputra, and it has some moderate topography, some small hillocks and foothills are there where a lot of population is there. And do you know why we went there? We went there to document how they are coping with their water scarcity. The situation was that they had a mighty Brahmaputra in front of their water, as you Arabda has rightly said, water was not potable at all. It was very muddy, but even then some people were collecting water from Brahmaputra and doing this, boiling and all that. But there were people who were living quite far away from the bank, still in that region. And there was no other source. Now if you go, you will find a full water treatment plant and piped water supply. But 20 years back, people have, this was the biggest problem for their survival. And we went there and saw that people were actually using 2 or 3 natural springs that acted as perennial sources of water, and water quality was not that bad. It was not quite much better than Brahmaputra water. And what they did, they used rubber pipes, PVC pipes to channel it out, bigger pipes to channel it out to a certain area where they will store in a larger pond. Then from that larger pond, many people would, again channelize the water down through small pipes up to their households. So through hundreds of small, rubber pipes, they would be getting that water. We documented that at that time. It took a lot of effort on the part of community also, because again they had to create an institution, a small society kind of, organization, so that the same amount of water can be equitably used and all that. Now when we look back, we see that that was a great example of, kind of climate change adaptation at that time. And now we may probably also call it an NBS. Similar examples you will find in scores if you go to Kalimpong, Darjeeling, and Sikkim, in many other places. Spring water is the main source of water. There's no other source of water. And people are getting, through various innovative ways, people are gathering and collecting water from streams. So these are some examples where even on the riparian areas on Brahmaputra, depending on their geological or physiographic setting, can be, suffering from water scarcity. But then now, I think problem will be greatly resolved because of Jal Jeevan Mission and all that. It may not be as acute, but yes, on tributaries there are many areas, and which are, and now we know that there are, besides these traditionally water scarce areas, because of low rainfall and all that climate change, there are new areas which are, suffering from water scarcity, both for domestic purposes as well as for agricultural purposes.
Thank you. Right, sir. Mike. Is it working?
Hello, check. Okay. No, what, as the discussion is on, and that this is basically organized by WRD, FREMA, and with that AADB. So we also need to keep in mind, because public health is working on, again, on drinking water. So these are some other, our different departmental as per my understanding. But then how we can link drinking water and the erosion, that issue, one is that in the even all tributary, in most of the even internal tributary also, there are, where there is a boulder, even people are getting clear water. Suppose bouldery bed, water is very clear, directly you can drink. In the picnic spot we used to drink when we were children. So, or even people do it. But now a lot of river mining is going on because of the boulder need. Need of boulder, need of sand, lot of river mining is going. Kulsi, sand, it was all clear water earlier, but the sands has been mined. Similarly, in Silchar, there is a river where all boulders have been mined. And then bottom clay layer has come out. And because of mining, it is becoming deeper, and then erosion is happening because the height of the bank is increasing. Not only erosion is happening, that eroded soil or the bed soil are getting eroded, and at the downstream, people were using earlier that water for drinking purpose, but they are now getting very turbid water, which they cannot drink. So these are the issues that we can link with erosion as well as availability of drinking water. And that can be looked into if we want to address the drinking water issue by Water Resource Department or by FREMA.
We are short of time, Dr. Firoz Ahmed. One last comment.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Just because it is in discussion, I thought I will bring this up. I think Brahmaputra, without its catchment and upstream areas being treated, probably the erosion and flood and its wetlands problem will continue to, trouble us in hundreds of years to come. So I think it's very pertinent that we bring it to the mainstream that all the small streams even and tributaries catchment treatment is probably one of the primary objective for the management of whole Brahmaputra River system. Without that, only doing something at the problem area, it was discussed yesterday in one of the presentation, only addressing in the problem at the problem area is not going to solve this problem in the long run. And number two, again, we are talking about communities, because here I think the government departments probably will have to be more proactive to bring in communities into a project, even if it is a small project like water supply. So I'll give you a quick example where from Karbi villages it's coming now. As we are working with them for the last several years, 10 villages we are working. So a number of these villages where JJM is being implemented at this moment is coming to us and requesting, can you help us with drinking water? Recently, I had a consultation with one of the villagers with their village heads and the institution basically called Rong Asaramai, which is their traditional village institution. And we work with them mostly. And they were saying like, we want to bring water from that stream so that we have perennial source of water at our home. So give us some pipes so that we can bring the water. We will do it ourselves. Then I saw JJM working there, just next to his house, the Kaubura's house. The JJM is building an overhead tank, and also pipe is already underground, somewhere it is coming out. I asked them, so why you are asking us? Because JJM has already laid the pipes and you will get water in few days, They said, sir, we are not confident because this pipe will not work after some time. But this pipe we are going to plant ourselves from that spring, natural spring, is going to be our source whenever the JJM is also not working. So this is the problem we are facing probably everywhere, where communities are not owning these government projects. So how to make that ownership for the communities probably is an area to ponder and really work hard on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have overshot our allotted time. So last we have Deepegu sir with us. Entire life he is devoted to water resources, and he is a specialist in the externally related projects. So your comments, sir, on the presentations that we made at the session.
Thank you for the question. I'm going through the presentation. I feel that how community can do wonder if they are given support from the government and external sources. So I being belonging to a indigenous community of missing tribe, and we never thought like water flood as a problem. It's more like a resource for us. So only things we have to make the community to make aware of their what they can do, and also they should own the effort of flood control or erosion control, and community involvement is very much required if you have to make success and to resolve the flood and erosion issues out there. So through the World Bank and the ADB, we are also bringing in the NBS. NBS, the natural based solution, is not a actually program. It's also have like different component besides the flood and erosion. We also need to have a community involvement. So I think in years to come, this is a eye-opener, because NBS system was not been incorporated in our like a traditional water resource management work. So slowly we are getting to understand what the NBS stand for, and also more importantly, how the community can bring changes in our perspective of looking at the flood and erosion problem in India, and especially in Assam. So that is my takeaway from the presentation which I have seen out here. And our effort from the PREMA and water resource will be to actively work with Forest Department, AADP, and also with the NGOs, so that the flood and erosion will convert it to water to a resources rather than a problem. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Pegu sir. So with that, we should close this session. We overstepped our time. Sorry. So I hand over the floor to Jinia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was really a very interesting session. And due to paucity of time, we'll have to break. I thank all the panelists for this session. And I would request Rubina and Roma to please come in to felicitate Mr. Deep Pegu, sir. We now break for a 15 minutes tea break. So we'll join back after 15 minutes for the next session. Thank you very much.
Hello, ma'am. Shalini, ma'am, can you listen? Can you hear me? Hello, Shalini, ma'am, can you hear me? Am I audible to you?
Can you hear me?
Ma'am, am I audible to
I
you?
can hear you.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, you are.
Okay, you are also audible to us.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
That's perfect then.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Let me know once I have to start.
Yes, ma'am. We have just taken a 10 minutes break because we were to connect the audio and check the video and all. So we are going to start soon.
That's fine.
Okay, ma'am.
That's perfectly all right. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
she is presenting now. Before you, she has been added in the. Yes.
Can I add one picture to my slides?
Yes. Slides it on desktop.
On the desktop? And the internet is here.
चलो बैठो हम कर देते हैं बाकी सब आए ना आए हम कर देते हैं शुरू
Oh, wait.
नहीं मैं नहीं करती हूँ लंच करूँगी इसके साथ भी लेना
Do you know here how I can cut this as a...
अगर मैं यहाँ आती हूँ तो इस बोर्ड में आना चाहिए
Can you help me?
हाँ
I want to make a snapshot of this screen. Do you know how I do that? Yeah, that's the tool I'm looking for.
click new
Yeah. I always show this one is useful. And I think after the discussion of just before, this is important to mention. No.
move it little this side
Yeah.
हाँ okay
And then put the website in. And then the slide is ready. Very easy slide to make. Okay. Done.
thank you
Quarter of an hour for a tea break.
ये है आपका प्रेजेंटेशन राशि गुप्ता वाला। आप लोग सनटेक से है ना?
हाँ, सनटेक
So I will do one thing.
आप उसे सनटेक के नाम पे रीनेम कर लीजिए।
हाँ हाँ, एक्चुअली यूट्यूब में है। अभी लाइव स्ट्रीम चल रहा है ना, तो वो यूट्यूब में है।
अच्छा,
कल
live
वाला भी था,
stream।
लाइव स्ट्रीम चल रहा है।
फ्रीमा के नाम से चैनल।
हाँ, मैं दिखाती हूँ आपको। आप लोगों का जर्नी कैसा रहा? एक्चुअली आई वाज सपोज टू कम टुडे यस्टरडे टू मीट यू, बट यहाँ पे मुझे बहुत भागना पड़ा। ओके, सो इट्स
अच्छा था।
हाँ, मैं दिखाती हूँ।
आप टाइमिंग भी बता दीजिए।
थोड़ा सा स्लो चल रहा है ना।
हाँ, स्लो चल रहा है। लंच के बाद होगा ना?
I welcome all of you back to the technical session. The next technical session is on performance indicators and criteria for prioritization of nature-based solutions and relevant site selection criteria. So we have as panelists Dr. Arup Kumar Horma, Professor IIT Guwahati, Dr. R.S.C. Jayaraj, sir. We have Mr. Deep Pegu, Deputy CEO Works of FREMA. And as moderator, we have Dr. Jyoti Nale. So may I kindly request all of you to please come to the stage. May I request Ivy Bora and Ruma Borpatra Gohai to kindly felicitate Dr. Jyoti Nale. We have 4 speakers for this session. So we begin with the with the presentation of Dr. Shalini Dhyani. So she is a principal scientist of NEERI from Nagpur, IUCN CEM regional, and she's a regional vice chair of NEERI. And Dr. Shalini, can you hear us? I'll just confirm. Dr. Shalini, can you hear us? Okay, Dr. Jyoti Nale, I think you can start the session from that podium. I think she won't be here, be able to listen to me from this.
Shalini ma'am?
I can hear you perfectly. I can hear you.
Okay, thanks for confirming. So I'll just hand over the floor to you in maybe 2 minutes. Just hold on.
Yeah, over to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Baido. Respected dignitaries and august audience. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. So let me start by saying that it is an honor for me to be the moderator of this session. My bahut huki hoisu. Is that right? Okay. So this session is about the performance indicators and site selection criteria for NBS. I must say that this session is very nicely placed in the total agenda of the conference because this kind of bridges the previous sessions and the upcoming sessions. Upcoming sessions are going to talk about the action planning and implementation of NBS, while the previous sessions from yesterday and this morning, we had a good, I would say, offering of the grand buffet that NBS can offer to us. So we saw different types of global best practices. We also saw some traditional wisdom and the practices that are being practiced locally here. Also, we saw different kinds of materials that can be used, different kinds of methods and approaches that can be used, what species can be chosen, what cannot be chosen. This all we have in our minds clear now. So it is the right time for us to choose and pick the right methodologies, right approaches, right species, and that's why I think the indicators are the key factors for us to go before we go into the planning. So right now, I think I would maybe start saying that indicators specifically for the flood and erosion control or erosion management in the specific case of Assam would be a delicate, I would say, nexus between 3 different parameters. Those could be ecological or technical viability, social impact that these NBS are going to create, and the last but not the least, the economic viability of these indicators or of these NBS. So let us start and let us delve into this important topic, the indicators and the site selection criteria for NBS. Now I would like to hand over to our first speaker. She has been actually, she was part of the another session. She couldn't present there. So we are accommodating her presentation, very happy to accommodate her presentation here in this session. Shalini ma'am, over to you. Your slides are on the screen. You can start now.
Thank you so much. So I'm sure you can hear me. You all can hear me? Can you just confirm? Say yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So first of all, I'll put my gratitude to FREMA and especially to Dr. Sonali Ghosh for inviting me to this important event. But at the same time, I apologize for not being available in person. So I would like to share these slides. I'm sure this will add value to your ongoing discussions. Nature-based solutions, and I'm sure for last one day you are having deep discussions on this. My talk will basically highlight global updates and especially the global standards. I don't need to reiterate, but I really still want to just confirm that we all know that there is a huge power of healthy ecosystems. When we say nature-based solution, it just doesn't mean ecosystem, it means healthy ecosystems that can protect people, can also optimize infrastructure and safeguard a stable and biodiverse future. So this is what is the basic agenda of IUCN nature-based solutions definitions. And I just take you to one of your neighboring states of West Bengal, where you see this beautiful East Kolkata wetland. That's one of the wonderful examples of the power of nature, how power of nature can bring you a lot of benefit. So in this case, it's not only giving you the benefit of treating wastewater of the city, the sewage, but it also provides you some kind of benefit in terms of the fishes that are coming to the market and also the kind of vegetables. I know a lot of you might say that over the time period, there is a lot of contamination reaching these areas. A lot of heavy metals are also coming in. But this has been one of the excellent examples for longer time where not only nature-based solutions, but also a lot of all different kinds of co-benefits have been, the people of Kolkata have been getting. And this is also one of the man-made Ramsar sites for the country of India. So as we talk, we know that the nature-based solutions have emerged to search ways with the ecosystem, then relying on gray engineering or conventional engineering solution. But I don't undermine the importance of conventional engineering structures, because at many parts, these are very good short-term solutions. But if we are really going to target long-term solutions, it's very important that we integrate and combine nature-based solutions with these conventional engineering solutions. And
Shalini ma'am, may I interrupt you? Are your slides moving?
Yeah.
We see the first slide only.
Oh,
can you maybe share again?
In that case,
now we see the third slide. Okay.
So now you see the third slide.
It went back to first again. Can you put it on the
there
presentation
is,
mode?
Yeah, it's on presentation mode only.
Okay. So try next slide, please.
This is the So is this the second slide?
Actually, you have two screens, and probably the shared screen is not the one where the presentation is shown.
So what there is my presentation also shared with Ivy. If she wants, she can put it there. Ivy, can you just share the slides that I've already shared?
Can you stay on this screen and talk where you are right now? We can work with that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So is it fine now? Is it moving?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's moving. So I'm sorry for these technical glitches. They happen even despite technology is moving so fast. So the major part of nature-based solution definition is that it should not be a greenwash where we only talk about plantation. We talk about addressing societal challenges. So this can be anything, right from improving microclimate to disaster risk reduction to safe habitat to food security, water conservation, and so on and so forth. So one thing is very important. We need to understand that we don't haphazardly just plan anything on the name of nature-based solution, but very much understand the local societal challenges to implement them. Then only they can be called as nature-based solution as per the definition and the ongoing the global standards that are now presented. So as I mentioned, they can be anything. Widely, there are a lot of challenges, right from climate change, biodiversity loss, human health. They are very critical for sustainable development, and that can be very well addressed by integrating nature-based solution as a long-term strategy as well as short-term strategy. And if I present a bit on what has been the genesis so far of this, and if you see, there has been a lot of work in last more than a decade that has been done on nature-based solution. It's an approach that puts both people and their natural resources at the center of decision making. So it's not just natural resources, but also the people, especially marginalized people, communities who should be involved in this implementation of nature-based solution. It also tries to seek balance between conservation and use of biodiversity. But at the same time, we should also understand that conservation of biodiversity is not the basic instinct. It's the core benefit that comes when we implement nature-based solution. There is a lot of talk of it being relevant to professionals, but I should say they are very, very important when we are talking about practitioners, students, researchers, because we all have to bring a lot of science, a lot of local knowledge systems to make it more strengthened and more implementable for future. It also tries to understand the process of change in the ecosystem to design adaptive strategies. So that's one of the important pillars and strengths. If I talk about its global relevance, I think right now, CBD, UNFCCC, Ramsar, Sendai framework, a lot of these international dialogues and discussions in these meetings are very much mainstreaming them, supporting them, and it should be now even for our country like India, it should also be implemented. But at the same time, I would like to stress, it's not a one t-shirt fits all kind of approach. It has to be very customized. In that case, local communities and their requirement and their knowledge system play a very big role. I'm sure you all can see this important timeline, how this has been evolved over the time period from pre-2012, when it was called as ecosystem-based approaches, to NBS when in 2016, the first definition was launched in World Conservation Congress. And then 2018, when global standards were framed, 2020, when global standards were brought in and launched. And now from 2021 onwards, there are NBS courses that are run not only by IUCN, but many different international universities and organizations. So this gives us also an interest that in India, a lot of universities there. We should also plan to launch some kind of a diploma and later a master's course, because nature-based solution itself emerging broader umbrella science, and this needs to be very well taught in our academic system as well. And then in 2022, IUCN launched the NBS self-assessment tool. So this is where I also got involved and also brought in some of these important assessments for the country. And then there is the next step where conservation management assurance. So this is a kind of an audit system to ensure that every time we use nature-based solution, it is a credible approach to nature-based solution. It's not just greenwashing and plantation, but assuring that all these 8 global standards are fulfilled. And in 2024, I would like to very happily share with all of you that we have translated it into 6 important Indian languages and also 2 important other Asian languages. So they are to be released sometime in July and August. And Assamese is also one of the important languages. So you can look forward to this one. So these are 2 important publications in 2020 and 2021 that we brought in to showcase to the world that nature-based solution might be a Western terminology, but its roots and its fundamental depth has been a lot of work has been done in India, other developing countries, and also a larger part of underdeveloped countries as well. So there is a lot to learn from communities, and this is what I would like to strengthen. So first important thing is formulating a formal definition, and IUCN already did that in 2016. You know, sustainable use, conservation and restoration are the pillars of nature-based solution to improve human well-being and also biodiversity health that not only improves societal challenges, but also gives you a lot of co-benefits. It's a very systems-based approach. I'll very briefly touch because we have very less time. There are 5 important steps to implement. The first thing is understanding the stakeholders and defining the ecosystem area. What is your ecosystem? What is the social system? So that's a very basic system understanding that we require when we plan to implement. The second important step is ecosystem structure, function, and management. What kind of ecosystem it is, what kind of function it is, there are, and what kind of management strategies there are. But now I'll bring back one of the important points, that is that nature-based solution has to be always implemented at a landscape level. not at the ecosystem level. So that improves its scalability and also replication potential. The third important aspect is understanding the economic issues. Fourth is adaptive management over space and later time. So spatio-temporal planning also has to be there. What kind of short-term strategies and what kind of long-term strategies are planned in this entire cycle. So this is very basic about it. And then after the definition of conceptual framework, an operational framework was developed by IUCN in 2018. And this important 8 criteria have 28 indicators. It's very rigorous. So this includes societal challenges, understanding and what design we are scaling, biodiversity net gains, economic feasibility, inclusive governance, balanced trade-offs, adaptive management, and mainstreaming and sustainability. So these are 8 important criteria having 28 indicators. So that means that every step we should have evidence to these indicators when we have implemented. So right now, there are a lot of case studies across the world that have been assessed on this self-assessment tool. One of the case study was from India, from Uttarakhand, that we have assessed, and fortunately it has qualified for the global standards of NBS. Now, important aspect is now our strategy is to bring out more such case studies from India. I'm sure they are scattered in Assam, in West Bengal, in Central India, down south, and many other places. So there is already a guidebook of how to do online assessment and how to actually design, implement, and evaluate these nature-based solutions. So this is a comprehensive approach, but I'm really happy to share it briefly. Maybe in future we can, if some of you are interested, we can also do this self-assessment. So NBS standard, each criteria has a brief guidance, indicators, key study, and an informative graphic that has to be supported. And the guidance is that there should be detailed descriptions of rationale and requirement behind each criterion indicator. So you can assume it's not easy. So those who are doing nature-based solution, they should save all these evidences from each stages that they have, because that can really help to qualify for these global standards. So there is a self-assessment sheet where you can actually fill these with the evidence that you have and with the assessment levels and guiding questions that are provided in this Excel sheet. So this is very briefly about the global standards. And now, as I mentioned, we have translated it into 6 or 7 Indian languages and 2 important Asian languages, that is Nepali and Persian, and also Arabic. So right now we are into designing process, and sometime soon we are not only going to launch these global standard translation, but we are also going to launch some 3 to 5 minute videos and podcasts so that people in these local areas should understand what is happening at global level and how it is relevant for them to mainstream them. It's not rocket science. Something with little training can be really regularized and mainstream and implemented on ground. Now, this is very briefly some of the case studies that have been taken for global standard. First thing is, the main objective was to understand what are the global interventions happening in nature-based solution and how to disseminate good practices. And then we also went into detail of some of these specific case studies that were handled by Emanuela, and then collect specific feedback from users to improve the global standards. So now NBS 2.0 global standards is the second thing we are working on to improvise on and improve the global standards, because one thing is very important that I would like to highlight. We still need to integrate culture into nature-based solution implementation. A session is dedicated on these indigenous knowledge systems. So a culture should be very much part of these indicators. So this is the one suggestion for 2.0. So if you see the global spread, this has covered across India, Latin America, North America, Europe, Africa, Asia. There are 2 case studies from Asia, one from India is there, and then from Australia and other island countries. And so this was a method how we did it. So it was a rigorous process. It took almost 5 to 6 months and almost a year and a half to finalize selection and addressing all the concerns on the 8 important criteria. So based on the score, there is a web that tells you how much do you qualify in each different criteria and if it actually qualifies for global standards or not. So we have different ecosystem types that we have covered based on IUCN ecosystem typology that includes freshwater, marine, terrestrial, subterranean, marine, freshwater, and so on and so forth. And These are different type of NBS because, as I mentioned, it's an umbrella approach. So green infrastructure, natural infrastructure, ecosystem-based mitigation, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, forest landscape restoration, ecological engineering. There are diverse case studies that have qualified from the world on these global standards. And these are different societal challenges that have been addressed in the study. So I'll just go to this one case study from India where we developed a border bank model to reduce dam drudgery in Uttarakhand in Kedarnath Valley. So this not only helped us to reduce dam drudgery, it also reduced forest degradation in this area. So the main aspect was economic cost and benefits of ecological approaches for slope stabilization, because the idea was to provide fodder alternative near to the villages. But in doing so, we also stabilize the slope and reduce landslide intensity in this area. So this is basically a good example for bioengineering to reduce soil erosion, slope stabilization to benefit local communities. But a larger requirement is of capacity building, sharing experience, and also getting a lot of interventions and suggestions from communities. So this is what we did in for almost a decade. So if you see global standard self-assessment tool, it's basically a comprehensive tool that is required in the planning process. It also stimulates and improves practices if you ask the right questions. So it helps the stakeholders to better understand the entire project, and it's an excellent tool for, in fact, the practitioners. I heard there are good case studies from Brahmaputra bank restoration, and so these can be some very excellent tool to even try in some other areas as well. It also helps to identify gaps and priorities when you assess your case study on global standards, and also helps in upscaling the entire process. And of course, a great tool to also monitor the progress over time. And
Dr.
in many of these case studies,
may I request you to wrap up quickly?
Yeah. Just 1 minute. So indigenous knowledge systems are very much important, and that has been very much covered. So this is almost my second last slide. These are some of the Asian case studies that we are now testing from Asia, and hopefully in a year we will be ready with this one. Now, my concluding remarks are that despite various strengths of nature-based solution, we should also understand that we need to have short-term strategies of conventional engineering structure like bank protection or stabilization when we plan these long-term strategies, because nature has its own course of time. And then a very customized approach has to be taken case by case basis instead of one approach to be implemented across the country. Hybrid approach where both hard and soft infrastructures are most effective, and also scientific and indigenous knowledge system. And we also say that there continues to be a gap between science and its implementation. So that is something that still really needs to be worked out, especially for a country like India, and we're working on those directions. And strong involvement and commitment of governance actors will be very required. Communities are doing something, researchers and scientists are doing something. So international agencies and different parts of governance actors and government bodies are very required at different levels, at panchayat level or Jilla Parishad level, to get involved with this process. So joint and integrated actions are important for realizing the benefits of nature-based solutions. And with this, I conclude these are some of the important resources if you would like to refer to them. And thank you so much for this opportunity to be part of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shalini. Thank you for this very informative and I would say thought-provoking presentation. May I request you to stay online, and if we have some questions from our participants at the end of the session, you could take them up. So next we would move
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we would move to our next presenter. I don't think she needs any introduction now. So Dr. Ellis would be talking about boundary conditions of NBS, ecological tipping points, and highlighting inputs from other thematic sessions and other identification of knowledge gaps, etc.
Hello again, everyone. It was a really interesting session just before, and also the presentation of our previous speaker. It highlights that there's many different aspects related to nature-based solutions, right? And within the EcoShape consortium, which is one that we are working in from the Dutch perspective very often, we have defined 6 basic enablers, and they're very much in line with what was just presented on the global standard. And you really see that there's different aspects that we need to consider. So there is the technical understanding of your system and of the ecosystem as well. There's stakeholders, so we've been talking about that previous session, but also the management and the maintenance after you've implemented it. And next to that, of course, institutional embedding, the business case, how do you finance this, how can you create benefits, also financial benefits, and also important capacity building is what we're doing here. So for now, I would really like to focus a bit on basically the first and the third one. The other ones are much more about the socio-economic system, socio-ecological system, but going a bit towards that more technical aspect of nature-based solutions again. And I think it's really important that when we're talking about them, we also tell a very realistic story to manage expectations. What can be done where and why? Now what you see here is a photo of a tree here on the southern bank of the Brahmaputra. It's slightly upstream from Guwahati. It's called the lonely tree. And you see that these photos, they are 2 photos. I just took them from the internet. As many people make a photograph of this tree. And you see the enormous water level fluctuations that are happening in this location. And what you also see, that below that high water line, there is not that much vegetation growing, because vegetation doesn't really like it there. So if we want to work with vegetation, we have to understand why it grows somewhere and why it doesn't grow somewhere. So we need to talk about how does it respond, and how does it respond to different types of situations. If we're talking about floods, for example, of course there's the normal situation outside of the floods. And then there's also our design level, for which we are trying to provide solutions, and we are also, like for example, the embankments are designed for a certain level of flooding. But we also need to realize that there are moments in which perhaps we are facing a super extreme event that doesn't happen all that frequently, but that we also have not been designing our system for. Right? And in all of those 3 aspects, we need to consider how does a nature-based solution respond. So how do we, during the normal situation, how does it create as much benefits as possible? So for example, with the agroforestry, how can you really create benefits for the people so that they have that level of income, that they have more benefits of that? And at the same time, you want to see how they behave under these design conditions for which you want to implement them. But we also need to see what do we need to do extra in times that there is even something beyond that happening, and to how can we then remove or reduce the damages and risks. And next to that, there's also this realization of thresholds of species. We've been seeing a lot of lists of different species that can be associated with different types of nature-based solutions. And we need to understand when and where they occur and why. Now often, if you're coming from, say, a more ecological perspective, there's some certain dominant parameters that species respond to. Also, we respond to that. Like if it's too hot, we don't like it. If it's too cold, it's not very pleasant either. And with species, like vegetation, is exactly the same. So for example, what's the flow velocity that is occurring, or the inundation frequency? So how often do they flood? Do they tolerate that? Or do they die? Do they basically drown when they're flooded? So then it's a species that's not suitable in a location with a lot of floods. So what you can do is you can make the knowledge that you have about this into curves. And they are called habitat suitability curves. And basically these curves, they say, okay, I know, for example, the one on the bottom, there's a certain water depth that species do well in, but if it gets too deep, they will drown. Right? And so if the curve is high, it's 1, that's optimal situations. If it's 0, it doesn't survive anymore. And if you do this for very many different of these parameters, and you merge them all together, basically you can make maps of the different layers of this, you can make some sort of result map that says, okay, these are locations where the habitat for this species is good. It has the right hydrological conditions, it has the right soil conditions, it has the right temperature conditions, etc. And with that, we can start to select species in an educated, scientifically proven way. Right? And then when you do that, you say, okay, now I know what kind of species I can select and where we can implement them, but we also need to talk about the management afterwards. This was something I also showed, I think, yesterday quickly. Species develop over time, they grow. This is just a photo from a little stream in the Netherlands from April to end of May. This is our spring season, this is when plants start to grow with us. And you see that in roughly 2 months, this channel, it is from almost empty, it completely fills up with aquatic vegetation. And when it's full, it blocks the flow, right? It slows down flow, it also causes sedimentation, it increases the roughness. And that roughness increase is important, especially if you need to convey water. So for us, it's also important to understand how a change in cover of vegetation is related to, for example, hydraulic conditions, because it affects how you manage the system. If there's too much vegetation and you need to convey flow, you need to manage that vegetation. Perhaps sometimes even in the Netherlands in our rivers, because our rivers are very restricted and confined, we need to remove vegetation occasionally. And we can do that through grazing or through mechanical interventions, but it is something that is really important for us. And we also have to think about these floodplain management strategies. If you say you want 30% of cover, it makes a lot of difference how that cover is located in your floodplain. You see here the red is what we call like a rough vegetation cover, and the green is a very smooth, so like a grass field versus like shrubs and forest. And depending on how you put them in your floodplain, you get different flow velocity patterns. So you see that you can steer flow from left to right, depending on how you put that vegetation in place. So what we need to do now is to think about how do this type of scientific information and understanding of the system and the interaction between flow and vegetation, something we also talked about yesterday, and sediments, how does this work out in the Brahmaputra, and what does it do in relation to how we select different types of NBS for different locations? So for that, one of the things that will be part of the project is that we're going to try to make a catalog of different types of NBS. And what we need to talk about, and this is something that will happen also tomorrow onwards in the training, is how do we create that information? Where do we get it from? How do we store it? How do we share that? And some of the aspects that can be, for example, thought about in that perspective, this is from an example in Germany, is where they're saying, okay, you know, there's different on the right-hand side, there's different types of solutions, and you see what are the associated flow velocities, but also what are the associated shear stresses, and here in this case also waves, associated with what they can withstand. What are the boundary conditions for them? And you can use that also to then say, okay, let's make some sort of a selection protocol to say, okay, in this location I have these criteria. Do I go with this on the left? Do I need to have a measure that is more engineered or gray, as we also sometimes call it, or technical? Or can we go for a nature-based solutions? So there's ways that we can help in doing that. This is another example also from Germany. This is about waves in a channel. The waves are created by ships, so they also want to know, can the plants withstand the waves that the ships are creating? And you also see that in this one they are looking for a hybrid solution, because underneath the water they realize that this type of vegetation will drown. So they are also looking for these hybrid parts, right? So what you see is there's quite some examples out there. I also talked about it yesterday. And we can try to use that as inspiration, also to copy the general thinking that is related to that. But it's not an easy copy-paste of a solution that is working in Germany or the Netherlands or somewhere else in the world to the Brahmaputra, because your system is different. It has super high dimensions, it has super high water level velocities or water height fluctuations. And what we also see already when we've been talking in the past few days, the types of nature-based solutions, they are so much linked to a certain location. So we see that this is like a schematic of how I now try to understand your system. You have your main channel or main channels, then there's chars, there might be side channels, and then there's floodplain that is connected to the banks, and in the embankments, there's also other. And each of these locations has its own challenges, and it has its own types of solutions, because the abiotic parameters on soils, on flows, on water availability, they are different. And this is something that we now need to start doing, is to say, okay, if we want to put this into a catalog, what kind of measure can go where? We have to think about all of these parameters: inundation depth, inundation frequency, how often does it do that? How long does it stay inundated? Some plants survive a few days, other plants can survive a few weeks, and others cannot survive at all. It's also about soil types. You already said that, flow velocities and average depths. So this is a part of a start of a process to make that catalog. And we've seen species lists already being mentioned for different locations, and it's bringing that together with the engineering knowledge of the system, the hydrodynamics, morphodynamics knowledge of the system, to really start making that educated decision on how we approach this for this project. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. You were perfect on time. I must say the minimalism is the key of your nice presentations. And you nicely talked about the relationship between the ecology and the abiotic parameters and the importance of that understanding for implementing NBS. So now I hand over to Mr. Aisavaima, who is going to talk about nature-based planning approach.
Yes, okay, great. I'm very pleased to give my presentation today to you. And I would like to start with a very typical Dutch photograph of a cyclist in winter, like on a small strip of dry land surrounded by water. That's not our country. But this is a situation where our country is, let's say, more intensively agreed that this is a situation that we should adopt. It's called living with water. That in future, with climate change, we should be able to accommodate these situations, but also try to manage the disasters, or let's say the damage that could be caused, and try to be resilient. So my presentation is about the situation, let's say, how we put nature-based solutions in a broader context. And I call it a nature-based planning approach. So it's not that you receive a booklet with only a list of measures that you can implement in your system. No, it is an approach that you should first understand, and by understanding the approach, some of these nature-based solutions will come automatically. Because nature-based solutions are site-specific, so the nature-based solutions you select here are different than we could select for the Netherlands or for Europe or for USA. And they require a strong local system understanding and be based on local system characteristics. So in essence, it requires an integrated design involving all stakeholders involved. It is multifunctional. It does not solve or serve one purpose, but it tries to bring together as many benefits as possible. It is multifunctional in space and time, so some solutions could serve a purpose in winter and serve also purposes in summer. I will show you some solutions. And it is also scalable, so some solutions are at the scale of a river basin and some more locally. So when you combine it, it looks like this. So the foundation is a very strong system understanding. Without system understanding, your system does not function. So that's the foundation. You always need system understanding and put effort in trying to get as much understanding as possible through monitoring and data analysis. Then you have your three pillars: integrated design, multifunctional use, and range of skills. And that, in combination, builds your nature-based planning approach. So some examples, for instance, why integral? Why bringing together stakeholders? Because the stakeholders can add benefit, can add value to your solutions. For instance, these communities, they live from the mangroves. And if you want to develop or redevelop mangroves, it is fantastic if the communities will also be part of the monitoring and maintenance of your new mangrove system. At the same time, nature-based solutions like this is kind of a hybrid solution. It's a dike, but a grass layer. But you can use a nature-based approach for your maintenance. You can use these sheaves to keep the grass layer intact, in a good condition. It's much cheaper than with bulldozers or with other type of technical solutions. So multifunctional use. So I collected some footages some images from internet, but what you see here is multifunctional in space and time. Sometimes, as I said, in summer or in dry season, it has a function, but in wet season it has also a function. You see an evacuation route that is functioning throughout the year. It's not relying on what happened with floods or without floods. This school in Cambodia is a very good example. It functions as a school year-round, and it is resilient because if the floods come, people are able to, the children are able to go to school because the school is on stilts. In Bangladesh, they have these floating agricultural areas. Whatever, if the floods is coming, it's not affected. It still continues. And in the Netherlands, we have a parking garage under a dune. So it serves both purposes as a parking garage and a flood protection, for flood protection. If we look at the scale, the spatial scale, you look at the different skills starting from household level. So green roofs to absorb rainwater and to reduce the heat stress. Going further, we move to street level, where we have like wadis to collect water at the street level. The wadis can also serve as a park, as a green space. It looks attractive. To a riverband level, where we build, let's say, flood channels in an urban area. To a delta coast level and all the way to the catchment level. And we heard so many examples in this conference that are at all these scales. But then, we have, in the Netherlands, we have completely changed our system to what we think as a human being is the best for thriving our economy. But then at the same time we found that climate change is, let's say, uncertain. So we need to adjust our system to also accommodate future climate changes. And that's a very costly measure. And my message to all of you would be to think about how your system looks at this moment and preserve what you have and not try to reinstall measures that kind of set back what we had in the past. So conservation and preservation of your valuable natural assets is absolutely the most efficient use of your money. Because the cost of what we did in the Netherlands, for instance, I will explain a measure that is called, that's part of the Room for the River measures, and you see here on the photo. The cost to reset, to reintroduce water in this area was 330 million euro. And it was already a system in the past, but we changed it. And this is what I call reinventing past innovations. And the innovations actually was the natural system. But the question I put here is how to integrate existing infrastructure within a nature-based concept. Because if you look at the Brahmaputra system, and now I refer mostly to the tributaries where there are a lot of embankments. These embankments, if you want to do room for the river, these embankments could still serve a purpose. And I would like to show you what purpose it is. So in the Netherlands, we had this system. It's called a polder Noordwaard. It was a former agricultural polder. Actually, before the polder, it was a natural tidal system with all creeks, and the creeks you can still see. Then it turned into an agricultural area. High ridge, it was very fertile, so people were very happy with it. But then we realized by closing it off and taking it away from the river, it caused water level problems upstream. So under the Room for the River program, we reintroduced water as kind of what we call a green river. So the system is green, and people can still do some agriculture in the dry season, but when the flood is coming, it turns into a green river. And what you see here is that, and I refer to the previous speaker, Ms. Pennix, that vegetation is also an obstruction. So what we did in the design, and I worked on this design for 10 years in my previous career, we projected the vegetation in the areas where it could not obstruct the flow. So in what we call shadow zones here, and in longitudinal sections in the middle of the Green River. So combining the knowledge of vegetation from the main river going through the Green River, we will reduce 70 centimeters of water level during design conditions. And now talking about multifunctional use of the land, because what we try to avoid is to redesign a piece of land that has serve only one function. So what is now what we try to do with this piece of land is to reintroduce, let's say, tidal movement in the creeks, to make it very attractive for, let's say, leisure purposes like canoeing, kayaking, like what you see here on this map. At the same time, it serves a lot of biodiversity purposes, so it was considered a high-value ecosystem as part of the European Water Framework Directive. It is still an agricultural area, so some of these polders are permanent agriculture. And it serves the water safety purpose. So it has 4 key functions apart from living functions. So there are multiple functions that you can put in one area. So how does it look like? On paper you see these small polder areas, so surrounded by water and with the creek system around it. And in reality you see how these dikes around these polders look like. Actually they're only like 30-40 centimeters high, and they only overflow when the water level at the outside is high. The rest of the year it is very nice, sometimes more natural, has a natural function, sometimes a more agricultural function. And then when the flood comes, the serious flood comes, the entire area that is supposed to flood is flooded. You see water is everywhere, except at the polder areas where the priority is for agricultural functioning. So these remain dry, and the middle part is kind of let's say the flood zone. It serves as a flood bypass. And now you see what I started in my presentation is the function of the existing embankments. Here you see the relic of the former embankment that was the divide between the polder and the main river. And you see a very old farmhouse. But the farmhouse, as you see, is dry, because this farmhouse now is surrounded by a small dike, making sure that during design conditions the people are still safe in their house. And it has connected with the main evacuation route, with the main dike, by a small road that is elevated above the flood level as well. And even though the area is completely flooded, it is still safe. And last year's flood, although it was not a design flood, but it was a flood, as you can see on the image, it did not cause any damage. The only cost that was the maintenance of the system after the flood was retreated, for maintenance like silt removal and debris removal. So what I would like to show you is that, first of all, it was very costly intervention, whereas the system in the past already had these natural features. So we had to we had to spend 330 million to restore it to its original function. But if you do it, if you spend the money, try to spend the money in the most efficient manner and use it in a multifunctional way. The last I want to show you is a nature-based solution within a nature-based concept. So yesterday, Alice Penning already presented the wave reduction zone in front of this former fortress. And what I would like to show you as well is that this material, the willow trees, because you need to cut it once in a while to gain its strength, to keep its strength, those willows are now being used to construct, let's say, alternative bank protection. And I think with that is also a very nice application of a nature-based solution within the nature-based concept of room for the river. And with this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Isa. You nicely touched upon the site selection, specifically looking at the existing sites, protection of the existing areas. So thank you for that. Next, we would call upon Shri Prasanna Borua, who is a Senior Scientific Officer at Assam State Space Application Center. He would be talking about the GIS database of wetlands in Assam for rejuvenation and flood water diversion activities. He holds more than 32 years of experience in application of these remote sensing based tools and methods for different kinds of water resources management projects.
Thank you, Dr. Ajusi. Respected dignitaries in the dais and esteemed guests, the topic which I am going to discuss is a little bit different from what has been discussed since yesterday. It is all, since yesterday what we have learned is that how best we can make use of various technologies to maintain, to rejuvenate, to reduce the erosion and all other things, whatever is causing flood to the state of Assam and the northeastern region. And my area is how best we can make use of the remote sensing and geoinformatics for making a database which are the vulnerable areas, which are the areas, new steps, appropriate steps for enhancing and also assisting while preparing the plans for identification of the areas which are very much vulnerable and very sensitive. So we have been making use of this technology of remote sensing and GIS to prepare a database on the land use practices, on the forest resources and the wetlands also. And in the we have been also engaged, especially the mapping of the wetlands of the state, because yesterday also we have seen a lot of speeches have been delivered about how best we can make use of the wetlands for reducing, for retaining the excess flood water during rainy season. And even though it is a location-specific measure, but we have to have a proper knowledge, clear knowledge about where are those wetlands located and where they are distributed in the state. And we have been mapping out all the wetlands of the state since 1993 with different technologies, right from the Indian remote sensing satellite 1B until now we have a lot of high resolution satellites at this moment at 2022-23, where we are able to map out the wetlands to as small as size of 0.1 acre. So the time was when in 1993 we had carried out this scheme with under the guidance of Indian Space Research Organization and the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Environment and Forest and Climate Change. That time we had a very coarse resolution images where we could identify the wetlands and the rivers which are as small as 2.25 hectares. Now we are able to map out not 1 hectare, even less than 1 hectare, it's 0.1 acre. So my presentation will be concentrated how best how we are doing. We carried out wetland mapping in 1993. Then it was just because till then there was no comprehensive database on the wetlands of the state. It was the first of its kind in the country and for the state of Assam also. Then it was updated in the year 2007 after a gap of 10 years with the help of IRS-1C P6 list tree images, when we could identify more and more wetlands and more rivers are also included. And in 2017, we repeated that the same practice we repeated the same practice. It's all under the guidance and the sponsorship of Indian Space Research Organization, and mainly sponsored by Ministry of Forest and Environment and Forest and Climate Change. When in 2017, we could go further beyond what we could identify into 1993. The number of wetlands got increased, the database got increased. Apart from the wetland, we also could identify the extent of aquatic vegetation wherever they are distributed and how much of size they are occupying. Also, along with that, because these wetlands are very, very prone to dynamism. I mean, they are dynamic in terms of their shape, in terms of their size, in terms of their invasion by aquatic weeds, and in terms of depth also. It's not a very, very static database whenever we think of making a database on the wetlands. What we have observed is that the extent is sometimes increased or sometimes decreased due to various factors. Maybe due to interference by human being, or sometimes due to interference by natural factors like flood and other earthquake and all natural disasters. So this dynamism has to be assessed. That is the reason why we tried to assess the changes. This was another first kind of assessment, that how much of wetlands in 2007 has been changed to other types of land use features, practices, and how much of area from other land use practices have been converted to wetlands by 2017. So this is one study, countrywide study, that is National Wetland Inventory and Assessment, Phase 2. In 2007, it was Phase 1, and in 2017, we had carried out this Phase 2, where apart from the static water bodies, besides their identification, we also included the riverine wetlands. And by now, we have seen that most of the wetlands are facing the interference from the government side for conversion of them to fisheries from aquaculture uses. So it's not an ecosystem, rather than more economically conversion of the wetlands to aquaculture activities. So those wetlands which are converted to aquaculture activities have also been identified in the latest studies in 2017. So this is the work plan, how we carried out in Phase 1 in 2006-07. We carried out with the help, updated the database of 1993-97, and then we prepared the database in Phase 1. And in Phase 2, in 2017, we updated it to using high resolution list 4 images. And then apart from updation, we also created a database of changing pattern of the wetlands. And in the stage 3, we will be doing some specific studies with some specific wetlands, how they are behaving with the nature, how they are interacting with the nature, how they are influenced by human activities in the surrounding areas, and making them change in pattern in terms of their size, shape, distribution, location, this and that, everything. These are the major layers, GIS layers, what we prepared in this wetland boundary. And as I said you, that the wetlands keep on changing in terms of shape and size depending on the season of the year. So we consider 2 seasons. That is, one is a pre-monsoon season during April and May, and another is the post-monsoon season during October and November. So how the water spread is getting changed and how they look like, these are all prepared in terms of a database, in terms of a map. So this is what it's doing. And aquatic vegetation also keep on changing in terms of their spread, their invasion rate in the wetlands, either in the fringes or inside the wetlands. So that is also one of the objectives, to assess their distribution in the wetlands. At the same time, we also qualitatively assess the turbidity levels of the wetlands, because we are going to develop a wetland database. So here, apart from wetland water spread area, we are trying to incorporate the information regarding invasion by aquatic weeds, and also the pattern of turbidity levels, how it is manifested in the satellite imagery. Because we do not have every wetland. I will show you the list of wetlands, how many we have in my later slides. But so many wetlands, we cannot go and measure the things because it's going to be a GIS database. So what we have seen in the satellite image, how the signal from the satellite sensor gives us some impression about what is the level of turbidity, whether it's a very low turbidity, clear water, or it's a moderately turbidity, or highly turbid. So this preliminary information has been incorporated in the database. And apart from that, we also have some layers like transportation network as well as drainage network, because this is also important part of the wetlands, because how drains are connected, how rivers are connected to the wetlands, that is also shown in the database, and how transportation, because every time whatever planning, whatever developmental works or any maintenance works being carried out by the government or any other agencies, they have to have some access to the wetlands. So how best they can access and how best they can locate where they are taking the steps. So to enable that, we also have a transportation network layer in the database. Yeah. This is the methodology what we applied here. Right from collecting satellite images, then how they are integrated, how then finally we generated the updation with the updating the attributes as well as the polygons under digitization in the GIS system, and finally after overlay analysis we could find out the changes and the complete database on the wetlands. And some classification, because when we identify the wetlands, then not only the identification, because we have lot of classes. All the wetlands have been classified by the IUCN from Department of Government of India, Ministry of Environment and Forest, and Climate Change. They also have there are more definitions about what constitutes a wetland. It's a very, very confusing word, and we have adopted the definition from Government of India's Ministry of Environment and Forest, and accordingly we classify the wetlands. But apart from that, we have various methods of classifying the wetlands, right from if in terms of morphometry, you may classify the wetlands like oxbow lakes, tectonic depressions, then your meteorite lakes. When we take the water retentivity, we can say the seasonal wetlands or perennial wetlands. Then we have, in terms of size, it's a shallow wetland, medium or deep wetlands. In terms of, in terms of depth, it is like that. In terms of size, we may have small, medium, large. Like in terms of shape, we may classify oxbow lakes, crescent shape, serpentine, irregular like this. A lot of classification methods are available. But where we have, these are the shapes of various wetlands what we observe in our state. And this is the classification system which we adopted in the study. This has been put forward by Indian Space Research Organization. There are main two classes. One is the inland wetlands and the coastal wetlands. Because we do not have any coastal wetlands, so our study is confined to the inland wetlands, and there are two major types: is the man-made wetlands and the natural wetlands. So we classified among the natural, what are the things like lakes, oxbow lakes, then waterlogged areas, then swamps, and then man-made, we have reservoirs, tanks, again man-made waterlogged areas, then this type of abandoned quarries. These are the classes which everyone has got its own definition, and we, in keeping the track with these definitions, we also maintain in the database the types of wetlands in the what we mapped out. These are the entire districts. All districts of Assam have been covered under the study, and this is the result. We have, if we compare the results from 2006 to 2017, we have an increase in the wetlands over a period of 10 years. That is 1,747, and we have seen that 52,000 wetlands have 52,031 hectares of area under wetland has been disappeared over a period of 10 years. And if you consider a count, around 770 number of wetlands have been disappeared. From our study, we have seen it. So there is a reduction in the total area covered under wetlands over a period of 10 years. So how wetlands have been changed in terms of area and number has been assessed over a period of 10 years from 2006 to 2007. So we have lost around, in our previous size, we have wetlands exist in both regions and additional wetland, 44,000 new wetlands have been observed, whereas 94,271 hectare of wetlands have been lost during these 10 years. And this says that class-wise, how they different type-wise, category-wise, how we are losing and gaining in over a period of 10 years.
So can we wrap up now?
Yeah. So this is changing pattern. How at the cost of what? Because sometimes we see that some wetlands were misinterpreted in 2006-07 have been changed and they are distributed. Their number is increased due to some other factors like human interference or any other factors. So how they are getting changed? This is a table. This confused. The matrix table says you at the cost of what the wetlands have been changed and changed in the terms of number and area. So this is some of the distribution and seeing. District-wise distribution, we have seen that which district has got many numbers, largest number of wetlands, and which district has got largest area under wetlands has been observed. And these are some of the maps. Here you see here how the wetland disappeared. When there was a wetland in 2005-06-07, and now it is disappeared in 2007-18. These images can prove it. Water spread area also changing. This can be observed through these images. And new wetlands due to increased aquaculture activities over a period of 10 years. So these are some of the observations we have seen here. And keeping the changing pattern of the wetlands, we initiated on the study in 2024, where we tried to find out how much of area. By now we have seen that we have around 9,88,000 hectares of area under wetlands and 1,33,648 number of wetlands. Because this now by 2024 we are able to map out those wetlands which are as small as 0.1 acre. So number is more. Besides this number 1,33,000, we have also a statistics of 2,41,571 number of ponds which are owned by individual households. So this is the statistics what I am going to present, and also we have some maps which I wanted to just display only, and how the wetlands are distributed in Guwahati, then in other parts this is Deeperville, how the catchment is changing due to change in the pattern of land use intercatchment. So this is all about, I just want to conclude here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Prasanna sir has presented nice overview of their decadal mapping exercise of different wetlands in Assam and how the wetland area has been decreasing and increasing. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So may I now invite our panelists for very, very quick responses of their interventions or their interpretations of these presentations on the topic of indicators that can be used for defining the nature-based solutions, selecting, prioritizing the nature-based solutions, and also the site selection. May I start with Professor Sarma? Sir, what do you think would be the most influential indicators for us to select in Assam, specifically in Northeast India or Assam, and how can we define the limits or indicators? What could be the defining criteria for us for that?
Yeah, thank you, Jyoti. Basically, when we talk about the performance criteria, as you are asking, or the indicators, there can be in different level. First, also it is asked that how we select a site. In fact, for that, we need to have some indexes. And already we are working on that kind of things, that indices. One is that project desirability index. And these indices should be developed as a people centric. So not only that, from the top you are imposing something and you are doing it, so you'll have to involve people as well as stakeholder, what is their say, as well as the technology person who can have an idea whether it is practically feasible or not. So combining all these things, we need to develop some indices, and based on that we can find out whether the project site is suitable or not. This is first point. But then for success of a project, if we consider it as a community-based project, then community involvement index also we can develop after project site, and project will have to be evaluated accordingly, considering different indicators. And if you talk about indicators for selecting a particular species of vegetation, that of course already discussed, that its durability under water submergence, soil characteristic, whether that kind of plant can go, and root depth of different species, because there should not be competition for nutrients. Some should go deeper, some should be shallower. In our project also we considered all these aspects, and that way Agricultural University was also involved. So these are some, and if you talk about, suppose if we talk about slope stability or the riverbank erosion, then early indicator if we talk about, we need to, suppose we are going for vegetative measures, then there is one scope. If there is a creep which you cannot see underwater, suppose the slope is slipping, then the orientation of the vegetation changes. Those are some of the early indicators that we can get, that whether the slope which we try to maintain is intact or it is gradually creeping down for various regions. So, I mean, this is a very vast topic, and we can go talking about 1 hour or so on that topic itself. In fact, a course is required there, and one of my PhD students has just submitted the thesis on this performance indices for actually evaluating success of a project. Now success of a project is evaluated only on the basis of this is the fund, I mean not saying only, but then this is the fund, this is given, how much is utilized. That should not be the indices. That should be one criteria, but another is that how much people are getting benefit from that. Those should come in form of some index, and that way it should be a very scientifically designed metric. I can share that thesis also once it is, I mean, published. So that can be of help. So that kind of work needs to be done, yeah, from social point of view also.
Now we can head to Dr. Jairaj, sir. Sir, in your opinion, what additional indicators or criteria can be considered, maybe specifically considering the agroforestry-based criteria or even in the larger perspective?
Yeah, thank you. As I said yesterday in the presentation, ecological criteria, basically 3 we have shortlisted. One is the slope, then the erosion, based on the erosion map, and the land use cover. This will work at the basin level. But finally, when you come to the exact locality, then we may have to add other economic and sociological criteria also. How far the people are going to be benefited, how close it is to the village, and who are the stakeholders. That also may have to be considered at a, say, finer level. But largely at a basin level, these 3 are sufficient. The erosion, because that's a major problem. Then the slope also, which contributes to the erosion, and the land use cover. These 3 will serve as the criteria for selection. And as far as indicators are concerned, the major problem of Brahmaputra, as we discussed, is only the flooding and erosion. So the number of days for which the streams remain active or the springs remain active in the catchment areas, that can be an indicator. And the turbidity level of the water and the silt load that is coming in the tributaries as well as the major river, that can serve as indicators of the success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very nicely and quickly you have listed major, I think, different plethora of indicators, I must say. Now going to Pegu, sir. Sir, we have been listening about the indicators from the ecological perspective from Dr. Ellis, or also both our panelists touched upon the ecological criteria. But looking from your perspective of long-standing experience of implementing water resources project in the WRD, which are mostly focused on the infrastructure projects, what do you think could be the real indicators or criteria, or maybe some economic indicators you can touch upon that can help in designing and planning such kind of projects, in addition to what is already being happening in WRD?
Thank you for the question. Already, like regarding the boundary condition and performance evaluation indicators has been already been discussed, and Sharma sir and Panning has already described it, and also Aisha has told apprised us about the planning process. But from the water resource perspective, like with implementation of the NBS in our planning and flood and erosion management perspective, I think for selection, I will not much touch upon the boundary condition or performance criteria, but for us, we should, I think, go ahead with the NBS in areas where there is a chance of community involvement. Also, we have identified and we have had an internal discussion about the site selection. And I think those areas where we have already executed the gray structures, and which has been functioning well, and the stabilization process is there. But upstream and downstream locations, we have observed that there is a process of stabilization wherein the NBS approach can be applied, and it would be furthermore expedite the stabilization process. The another location I would like to emphasize where for taking up the for anti-erosion works. That is in some of the areas where there was a subchannel, which has now for last 5-6 years has been indication of siltation processes going on. But if you consider the historical history of the erosion activity and activation of erosion activity, you will find that this subchannel can also be get activated. So in those cases, there is a siltation process is going on. So it is a very good site for implementation and NBS with the community involvement, because the community involvement is very much required, because the maintaining issue of any flood and erosion management process is required. So NBS, when it is implemented, the community will absorb the principle or the requirement for its self-maintenance and make it sustainable. And another location where we wanted that NBS can be applied, like we have discussed with Aisha regarding we have already implemented that strengthening of embankment. So there the for slope protection, we have already executed like turfing and other vegetative, that what type of vegetation that will be used for slope stabilization, that will be taken up by the our expert. But the stabilization of the crest part, which is a very requirement, because most of the embankment are in the rural area, which also used as a communication structure. So there also we want that the NBS can be applied, and we have to analyze and examine what type of NBS, like some sort of hybrid with gray structure and with the plantation, it can be used. So this is my point from my experience and our requirement for why the WRD for when we implement the NBS.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, we have an August question here. We have a hand raised. Okay, we can take a very few quick and focused questions only. So, okay.
Okay, so this question, this is not a question actually. I want to know it from Dr. Shalini. I thought
she's here.
I thought she is one of the experts. You know, the information we want to know. Okay, now. So I'm glad, Dr. Shalini, that you mentioned that EBA or NBS, it is just not greenwashing. So very good to recognize that. Now I have a question. You probably one of the right experts. I'm referring a WWF report which says that global biodiversity has fallen by 55% in Asia and South Asia regions. None of the 20 biodiversity goals which UNEP set has been achieved by the 2020 timeline. So would you like to tell us this August gathering, be honest in the information, how we are doing in India or Bangladesh, without any sugar coating, knowing also the baseline is so important, then we can have a start. Thank you.
Dr. Shalini, are you there? Okay, probably you have to wait for your answer. So maybe I would suggest that anyway discussion has been focusing on the ecological indicators. So if there is any specific question about the economic indicators or specifically the technical viability of NBS, I would like to take those questions specifically. If we have any specific question on economic or technical indicators. Okay, maybe I restrict it too much. So I think we could call it the end of the session. I would like to thank our august panelists and for your kind contributions to the session that are very valued contributions. And I would also like to thank our speakers, presenters, Mr. Isa, Elise, and online Dr. Shalini and Prasanna sir. Thank you so much, and thank you for all the audience for being kind and patient for us. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Arup Kumar Horma sir to kindly stay back on the stage because you're also there on the next session. Before we begin the next session, may I request Prachanna Borua sir, Senior Scientific Officer of Assam State Space Application Center, to please come on the stage for the felicitation. Sir, please. May I request Ivy and Ruma to kindly come for the felicitation. Thank you, sir. I would now like to felicitate Mr. Rupa Kumar Muzumdar, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of FREMA. Sir, if you could kindly come to the stage. Sir has been very instrumental and has taken all the pains for organizing this workshop. And he has been our constant guide throughout in organizing this workshop. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your pains and your support and cooperation. We now move on to the next session. The next session is on innovative hybrid approaches for nature-based solutions in riverbank protection and flood management. As a panelist, we have Dr. Arup Kumar Horma. We have Dr. Ellis Penning. We have Dr. Rajiv Goswami sir as a panelist, as a moderator. And we have with us Mr. P.L.N. Raju. He is the Special Secretary to the Government of Assam for the Department of Science and Technology. Sir, if you could come to the stage. May I request Ivy and Ruma to kindly felicitate Raju sir. Sir, if you could just wait there for a moment. Thank you, sir. Please kindly take your seat. I will now request Dr. Rajiv Kumar Goswami, sir, to kindly take on the session.
Thank you, Jinia. In this session is about innovative hybrid approaches for nature-based solution in riverbank protection and flood management. We have 4 speakers here. The first presentation is from Mecca Ferry, and Minimal Korala, head of the strategic initiative and projects. And I request Madam to please come forward and give her presentation. Please.
So good noon. The topic is eco-friendly and sustainable solutions for riverbank stabilization works and flood mitigation. So as the session, the overall domain we are going to talk is mixed solutions or hybrid solutions. So we heard about the natural solutions where vegetation is the main hero. But sometimes if we go only with vegetations, it may require a lot of space. If we have to make it engineeringly safe, if we have to see that the correct theoretical factor of safety, if we have to achieve, it may require a lot of space. So in that time, we can combine the conventional technical solutions or the innovative ideas with the natural solutions like bioengineering, the vegetation itself, or maybe something like coir or jute or those type of medium we can use. But we may have to combine it with some other materials also. So I'm an outsider for Assam, but for all of us, when we think about Assam, Brahmaputra is something which is exciting and always making us to think how we can utilize this natural resource by maintaining the stability and safety. So I don't have to talk about all the statistics. This is from internet, it's in the public domain. But as a geotechnical person who is operating in the hydraulic solutions, what is interesting for me is something which I have highlighted. The velocity of river, it may be sometimes ranging from 5 meters per second to 15.5 meters per second. The Himalayan rivers, the flood velocity is normally 6 meters per second, but in Brahmaputra, that can go much beyond that. And it can exceed even the spillway velocity of a dam. And as a geotechnical engineer, the bed soil and the bank soil, that makes my solutions the basic, the engineering analysis. It will begin from there. So we cannot define this is the particular type of soil because it is a mix of the different type of gradations. It's clay, silt, loams, and even the coarse-grained soils. But the most dangerous or somewhere the attention is required, something which I have not highlighted, it's the particle size distribution. It's typically fine-grained top stratum and coarser substratum. If it was reverse, it would have been more stable. But unfortunately, it's not like that. And now coming, this slide, this is also from internet only. It's in the public domain. But what is interesting here for me, or what is really exciting and making me the risk prone or awareness for the risk prone stretches of Brahmaputra, it's about the sandbars. The sandbars, I was digging it. So many interesting things are there. And it is really the nature's idea of how the river will attain the stability. But the problematic part is the sandbars are, every year it is dynamically behaving. So we cannot just depend on them. And this is again internet data, but it is 2008. So it is really obsolete. It has become multiple by this time, maybe 3 to 4 times. But this is making the entire country to be responsible towards this riverbank course, because we can see that it's not just few meter stretches which are affected. Where I work in Uttarakhand or in Himachal or even my own state Kerala, we talk about 100-meter riverbank stretches, 200-meter, but here it is kilometers. It's kilometers. So the solutions need to be optimized. We cannot spend the entire budget only for riverbank protection. So the importance of bringing the optimization for anyone, the designers, the technology providers, the consultants, the contractors, for everyone it is a must. So now when the river training is needed, there are so many requirements are there. We can list 20-25 objectives of it. But for a basic civil engineer, what are the objectives? We need to have a river course which is stable. That's a fundamental requirement. The second, if it is used for navigation, it should have enough draft for navigation. And any outflanking, anything is there, that need to be controlled. And apart from the normal geometry or the bed silt factor or the bed materials and all, there are other factors also to be taken into account before we are talking about hybrid solutions and all. The first is the climate. Second is the type of soil and the location along the river, whether it is in the mountainous reach or the midlands or whether it is joining with the river's destination. So now coming to the hybrid solutions, what is the main topic of my session here? We can think about the longitudinal structures which is channelizing the river, or the transverse structures which may be acting as the energy dissipators or the diverting, or the real deflectors like groins. So if we talk about the different type of the longitudinal structures, first starting from the problem. The problem, it can be varying, even if the different types of the photographs, what you are seeing in this slide, it looks everywhere. You may require a retention system for the slope stabilization because it is almost all photos are showing a vertical cut. But the approach in each case will be different. I don't have the time for doing a workshop here, but just as a soil engineer, I can tell that in each situation, we may have to go different way because the type of soil is different. Somewhere it is red soil with a lot of fine content, somewhere it is a mixture of soil boulder mix is there. So in each case, the solution will be entirely different. And for example, this is a conventional, it's a conventional slope, riverbank slope, where the system is already geotechnically stable. So there we can go with whatever the material which is available, which can protect and hold the soil, we can go for it because it is geotechnically stable. A 1:2 luxurious slope is there. It has taken enough land and we can go for it. The what which you are seeing is, it's a illustration of a project in Orissa near to Mahanadi River. So this structure is made with a Gabion mattress, okay? But it has used a lot of stones. The right one, where my cursor is there, it's a place in northeast where that much stone is not available. So Orissa bank, Mahanadi, stones were available, but here the stones are not available. So the site-specific solution was using geotextile bags, which is filled with the local soil. So luckily it was free draining, so we can do it without any pore pressure. But the third one where you can see my pointer is now moving, it's a structure which is in West Bengal. And here it is a combination of geotextile bags and the Gabion mattress. So why it is a combination? Because there is a vertical cut has formed because of this very severe erosion caused by tidal bore. Because tidal bore is tidal bore is a very typical phenomena where the erosion will be so severe and it has cut vertically. So in that case, the geotextile bags, its ability to adjust with the soil profile or the bed profile, that was being used for first filling and getting a gentle slope. And then why again another cost, another expense, a Gabion mattress, why it is so? Because if I am putting only the geotextile bags, again tidal bore is not going to stop. It is going to come again. And I may have to put a lot of geotextile bags, even sacrificial thickness. To make it minimize, I'm using a Gabion mattress which is interconnected, which is monolithic, and that can really attract the vegetation also above the tidal level. Okay? So that is the combination. So nowadays, the practice is wherever the natural material can be used, we should go for it. The international as well as the Indian codes are becoming more flexible because we cannot everywhere cut the hills and make the stones. So the natural soil, when we are using, definitely we have to be more careful, and more engineering analysis need to be there for the serviceability criteria, not only the strength criteria, because these natural materials will be having its own subsidence, settlement and all. And then if we have to make the vegetation also has to appear there, we may have to think about how we can accommodate the vegetation. So as the time is not there, I don't want to go through all my slides, but in most of the time, the Brahmaputra type of a river deserves these type of solutions. It will be a combination of solutions. Let it be a pure vegetation, let it be something like a geotextile based or geosynthetic based, or it may be natural bioengineering, or it may be a Gabion mattress solution, but it should be a combined way performing something which is protecting the bank, something which is dissipating the energy, and something which may be deflecting, because then only it can become a performing and an optimized solution. So just 1 minute. So any of these combination, I talked about vegetation. When we are going for only vegetation solution, we may have to take a lot of space. But the same thing is there if we are going for steel solution or geosynthetic based, because in geosynthetic based, everything is not perfect. It can also subjected to ultraviolet degradation. Some type of polymer, when it is subjected to water, it may be subjected to hydrolysis. Okay? So these type of things are there. So a specialist who may be knowing the correct material specification need to be involved in the selection of these type of solutions. Like when we are involving the bioengineering solutions or vegetative solutions, a specialist who knows the species, the local species, its health, its ability to sustain during the different climates should be there. So as the last, so there are so many codes and guidelines which is available, and I would like to say that there is WRD-22, WRD-28, all are working in water source department. But let me tell that I'm little disappointed because I work with both WRD-22 and 28, but the way the transport infrastructure like highway, they bring a lot of new guidelines. The last 20 years, so many guidelines are being brought in alternate solutions, including the nature-based solutions. WRD 28 and 22 also, we are hardworking people, but we take decisions are getting delayed, okay? Someone will be telling at the last moment that, oh, should we want a growing guideline and an anti-erosion solution separately or together? That will take 6 months decision. So it will be appropriate that if the guidelines after the hard work, if it can be brought fast way, that will help definitely for the promotion of the nature-based solutions as well as the hybrid solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your very enlightening talk on the geotechnical aspects on the hybrid solutions for controlling erosion control. Next speaker is Mr. Bharat Mahadevan from Climate B Ventures. And may I request you please come forward and make your presentation. And also with him, Mrs. Shikha Puri. She is research analyst, urban planning and NBS. Please, you have 10 minutes to finish up your presentation.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Bharat Mahadevan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the startup called Climate B Ventures Private Limited. I'm joined by my colleague Shikha Puri, who is the research analyst, urban planning and nature-based solutions. So we are a startup just about 2 years old now. And so our vision basically is to empower different types of industries and government agencies with climate resilience tools. So everyone is already aware that climate change is increasing. We are seeing more and more incidents of extreme weather events. Their intensity is also increasing. So how we can basically better assess these risks, especially the hydrometeorological disasters, which is what Assam is facing increasingly, and how we can use geospatial and Earth observation data to better inform the decision support for the adaptation. So that is what our focus area is. And so this is a brief background about us. So we basically are a startup which leverages the power of geospatial, open source and the big data analytics to provide the high resolution actionable insights which can be integrated into the organization's workflow. So they can be either the government organizations or the private sector, industries and other critical infrastructure. And we are incubated in IIT Dhanbad's Technology Innovation Hub, which is a DST supported initiative. And this is our team. So I'm the CEO and co-founder. I'm basically trained in applied geology from IIT Kharagpur. And my colleague Shikha Puri is also with me, who is basically an architect and urban planner. We also have modelers, civil engineers, geospatial analysts, and other people who are looking into the business development aspects of the startup. Basically, as far as the problems we are focusing on, you can say runoff modeling, flood modeling of different types, that is the pluvial floods, fluvial floods, as well as the coastal flooding, bank erosion and failure, which is the big issue as far as Assam Brahmaputra basin is concerned, dam break modeling as far as the Dam Safety Act is concerned, how we can support the dam authorities with better dam break modeling and emergency action plan development, and a few other topics which are not exactly hydrology related. And as far as our offerings are concerned, we are trying to provide the end-to-end flood management solutions. So starting from the high-resolution drone and bathymetric survey, because the quality of the drone and the bathymetric data, that is the topographic maps, as well as the cross-section profile of the bed, cross-section profile of the river or the bed profile of the wetlands and lakes. So the better the quality of that data, the better will be our risk assessment and the more suitable will be our adaptation response. So starting from better quality drone and bathymetric survey to the watershed mapping and management and integrated hydrology and hydraulics. So that is now we are moving towards hydrodynamic modeling. So how we can basically input all of these drone and bathymetric data that we get from the survey into the hydrological modeling for the runoff estimation, as well as for the hydraulic modeling, including the design of hydraulic structures like your bridges or culverts or any kind of underground drainage or pipe drainage systems. And now there is a very big focus on nature-based solutions, as the entire workshop, a lot of speakers gave very insightful points. So we are also trying to see how hydrodynamic modeling approaches can also be used for the nature-based solutions. And IIT Guwahati, Arup sir is also here. They have extensively worked on new models through which all of these models can be, all of these hydrodynamic simulations can actually be tested, and we can figure out what is the best type of nature-based solutions which would work in any given setting. So our focus areas are basically government as well as industries and critical infrastructure and the construction sectors. These are some of our completed and ongoing projects. So we have worked with GAIL, JSW, UNDP, Buoyant Solutions, Technavious Solutions, and Bharat Coking Coal Limited Mining, and as well as Brookfield. So all of them are actually related in some way or the other with hydrodynamic modeling, use of satellite and drone-based survey to better assess the flood risk. And that can be then used for either determining the plinth level or for the monsoon preparation plan as far as the mining is concerned, or any kind of drainage augmentation, even nature-based solutions, for example, the design of the rainwater recharge pits. So all of them are basically so what we are trying to drive basically is the use of high resolution earth observation data for all of these problems or use cases. So now coming to the main topic, that is the riverbank erosion and failure. So we have also developed a few demo models, and we are looking for projects where we can actually apply some of these models. So many of them are developed on HEC-HMS and HEC-RAS. So we have used, for example, the BSTM model, that is the bank erosion and failure. So how bathymetric data can be used for this BSTM model is what this particular slide is about. And I will now hand it over to my colleague Shikha to talk about the nature-based solutions.
Thank you, sir, for this. As we are already aware about the importance of wetlands, like how it helps in erosion control, filtration, biodiversity preservations. And in Assam, we can see that for the wetland conservation, we are facing with the challenges like siltation, invasive species, climate change, which are basically leading to drying up of wetlands. And for Kaziranga specific, it was like unscientific highlands, which are again leading to more soil erosion. So this was one of the proposals which we developed which was the aim was to analyze the condition of wetland and the channels which are connecting them. Basically trying to restore the wetlands and connecting them with the channels and trying to know how the channels can be modified. Some minor changes can happen, or major changes like width or slope can be increased, or more channels can be made, like new channels can be made out of it. So for that, we, since Kaziranga already has lot of wetlands, around 300 wetlands are there. So for this, a selection criteria was selected, like size and then watershed. Like bigger wetlands would have more impact, as well as it should be connected with the smaller wetlands under its watershed. So again, for the framework involves like data collection, topographical data, land use, river cross section, wetland bed profile, and then watershed mapping of it. Then hydrological analysis, 1D and 2D model, and then understanding the flow analysis and its impacts. Impacts basically the flood depth, flood inundation time, like that. And then connectivity analysis, like understanding the which channels can help in reduction of the flood extent. And then prioritizing it accordingly. And then designing the NBS for it, basically size of it, or if any vegetation can be applied, so that the siltation of these channels doesn't happen. So this was the basic outcome of it. We also attempted to make an inventory of NBS options for wetland conservation, and it is purely It was purely a literature review. So silt in wetlands come from two ways. One is surface runoff and another is a stream which feed into it. And we actually came up with these evaluation criteria. So for catchment, these are the inventories like gully plugging, staggering contours, trenches, bench terracing, and green swales. And we can understand that its effectiveness depends upon the slope on which they are and how much the cover of vegetation is. And I'm just moving on in the interest of the time. In the same way, like for the vegetative contour bunding, we can do some modifications in the terms of material, or in fact adding some gated outlets so that stagnation of water doesn't happen. Again, for this stream bank erosion, vegetative turfing, bamboo fencing, jute netting, sodding, and spur dikes can be used, and we can see the challenges that some of them are quite costly, like spur dikes can be costly in some ways. Then coming to the wetlands, wetlands demo models.
So as I was mentioning earlier, we have developed a lot of demo models which need to be tested now in the field. And even in the case of wetlands, we have taken an example wetland in Assam, which is Haribanga Beel in Nagaon district. So here we have done the watershed mapping, the mapping of the inlets and outlets. And also we have developed a hydrodynamic model where we have looked at the sediment deposition rate. So what is the sediment? See, because the main problem is that the wetland capacity is decreasing because of siltation. And the silt is coming from the rivers and from the other streams. And that is decreasing the overall ecosystem's ability to manage the floods. Because if there was more carrying capacity in the wetlands, then the corresponding flood extent and depth would be lesser. So that is actually affecting the animals in the Kaziranga National Park in every monsoon season. Again, as Shikha mentioned, the idea is to have nature-based solutions like contour bunding or vegetation bunding and other similar options which can reduce the sediment entry into the wetlands. So here basically what we have done is that we have changed the land use where we have introduced this vegetation layer in one of the phases of the wetlands, and we have seen the reduction.
Please conclude in one minute.
Yes. So this is the last slide. So here we have seen the reduction in the sediment deposition rate, on one of the phases of the wetland, and you can see what is the change before introducing the NBS and after introducing the NBS. So similarly, we can experiment with different types of species, different spacing, density of vegetation, orientation. All those things can actually be done through the terrain modification itself, on the digital elevation model, and then we can run the model. And we can see what is the difference in the sediment deposition rates over any period of time. So that will actually help us determine, it will be a kind of data-based or model-based approach for the decision making as far as the NBS interventions are concerned. So this we will soon be starting in Kaziranga National Park, and we are also looking for new project opportunities where we can develop similar kind of models. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And
thank you, Mr. Mahadevan and Mrs. Shikha, for highlighting the various options that is available for nature-based solutions, and also use of geospatial technology that is available for analysis and decision support system. So thank you once again. Next, I would like to call Mr. Lalit Pathak, National Technical Manager from GRIPL, and make his presentation. Please. You have 10 minutes to.
Very good afternoon to all of you. The topic of this particular presentation is regarding slope stability and mitigation measures with GRIPL Innovative Systems, basically the Terralock anchors. So any particular slope protection or any particular riverbank protection involves two basic things. First is prevention or protection of the surface, and second is the overall protection of the slope. Now, regarding the protection of the surface, we have, in different sessions, we have discussed multiple things regarding NBS also. But what about the deep-seated failures that are happening? So we'll be discussing about that particular topic with the help of Terralock anchors, how we can prevent deep-seated failures, and combining this with the NBS, how we can go with a comprehensive solution for the protection of slope stability as well as riverbank erosion protection. Now, since I'm presenting here for the first time, so a brief introduction about my company. So GRIPL was established in the year 1989. We have our headquarters in the UK, in Sheffield. We cater to more than 80 countries worldwide. Our offices are located in the UK, France, USA, Poland, Canada, India, and Japan. In India, our office is located in New Delhi. So GRIPL basically has three verticals under its ambit. The agricultural sector, which was started first. Then we ventured into the construction sector. And then in the end, we started with the civil sector comprising of the slope stability, riverbank erosion protection solutions. Coming to the civil sector, so the marquee product that we have is the Gripple Terralock system. It's a high quality product. When I say it's a high quality product, what I basically mean is entire process is completely quality controlled. Each and every component is designed with the highest of standards. It's manufactured in-house in UK. It's ISO 9001 certified, and it is a completely designed system. When I say it's a completely designed system, what I basically mean is that the soil parameters, the type of flow velocity, the depth of flow, each and every parameter is considered before providing a suitable solution based on the site-specific details. And then we have a team of experts who go to the site, ensure that whatever is being deployed at site is done under absolute quality control. Now coming to the product itself, the solution, that is the Terralock anchor. So these anchors are basically active anchors. Unlike the traditional anchors that we have, that is the soil nails or SDAs, which particularly establish a bond with the surrounding strata and try to provide stability. These are groutless systems consisting of an active anchor head, which is made up of zinc aluminum alloy. I repeat, it is made up of zinc aluminum alloy. It is not zinc aluminum coated, but itself made up of zinc aluminum alloy. And its frontal profile is such that it can be easily installed throughout different types of terrain. Now these anchors are connected to the top termination plate via anchor tendon or wire tendon. Now these wire tendon also will be of different sizes depending on the type of strata we are looking into, the type of loading that we have to go for, and the type of depth that we have to venture into. And the last component is the top termination plate. So this top termination plate uses a specific technology that we call it as a grip and pull technology, which consists of a spring mechanism. So this particular top termination plate can only move in one direction. It allows for unidirectional movement. So there is no locking arrangement required. No bolting or hexagonal nut is required to lock these anchors. And this can self-adjust. So whenever there is a rise in water level, whenever there is an increase in the lateral pressure, these top termination plates can self-adjust and provide sufficient stability to the surrounding strata. Now talking about the working of these anchors. So these anchors are basically installed perpendicular to the slope. The surface media can be anything. It could be a nature-based solution. It can be an articulated concrete block mattress. It could be a gabion fascia. Any surface medium can be there, but these anchors are installed through those media perpendicular to the slope, and as soon as a tensile force is applied, this anchor flips along its axis and becomes parallel to the surface. And then again a pull-out force is applied, and this entire zone becomes load locked, as you can see here. We'll try to look at the installation video how this anchor works so that the picture will be more clear to you all. So these are one of the smallest anchors that we have showcased here in the installation video, how easily we can do the protection of the slope. So at first, with the help of a drive rod, these anchors are installed with the help of a petrol driver. And unlike the traditional system, this does not require any heavy machinery. This is a completely groutless technology, so no contamination of the ground strata. Now, once the desired depth is reached, these drive rods are removed with the help of a jack jaw. And then we do the load locking of the anchor. So the anchor which went perpendicular to the slope, as soon as the load locking force is applied, it becomes parallel to the slope. And then again, load locking force is applied so that the entire zone becomes load locked. And any surface instability or any slip circle that was going to form is basically restrained by these entire component of the anchor. Talking about the advantages, so if I compare the advantages of this particular system with the traditional system, so it prevents both surface failure as well as the deep-seated failures. It is very much flexible, lightweight solution. It does not require any type of grout, so it is completely environment friendly. No heavy machinery is required. It is much, much cheaper compared to the traditional systems that we have. And when it is combined with the mat, it also prevents the superficial erosion by promoting the vegetation. So now talking about the hydraulics problems that we generally encounter at site. So of course we have discussed in detail what type of problems we generally encounter, such as seepage failures. The slopes are generally weak, and there is translational sliding also. So all these type of problems with combination of these anchors and different types of surface media, we can tackle that. Also, we can reduce we can increase the cross section of the available bank if we replace it with the concrete lining. If we replace the concrete lining with the terralock structure, we can increase the overall available cross section. Talking about the application, so this particular anchor has varied application from lakes and spillways, riverbank protection, soil retention, embankment stability, slope stability, prevention of also protection of channels. So varied application is there. And as I said, different types of surface media can be used. It can be used with gabions, it can be used with a permeable turf reinforcement mat, impermeable concrete canvas, or with ACBM blocks. All different types of media can be used in combination with the terralock anchor. Now I'll be quickly discussing one of the case studies that we have done in the state of Haryana, where the already existing concrete lining was damaged because of the lateral pressure from the surrounding soil. So the soil was expansive in nature, and because of the variation in the water level, it was an irrigation canal. A complete lining was damaged, as you can see here. So entire embankment has failed, entire concrete lining has collapsed. There was also a formation of rills and gullies all along the canal. So this, in this particular project, we carried this project in 2 phases. First, we installed a high strength turf reinforcement mat in combination with the terralock anchors for a distance of 15 meters, just for a trial basis. And this was a result. After 30 days of completion, you can see, without even doing any kind of external seeding, 30 days of completion, some amount of vegetation has come up. And after 80 days of completion, the entire slope was covered with vegetation. So you can see how well this combines with the NBS, this type of solution. In the phase 2, we got the entire canal to protect. And here we have completed the entire canal of around 2.5 kilometers with the terralock anchors and the combination of high performance turf reinforcement mat. And after 30 days of completion, we started observing that vegetation has started to come up. So depending on the type of strata, depending on the type of application, this type of anchors can be combined with for different types of result. As you can see that I've highlighted in these case studies, the first case study is for an armored ACBM. Here the velocity was quite high and an armored solution was required. So we have combined the terralock system with the ACBM blocks. The second case study is from the UK itself, Loin Bridge. Here a proper NBS-based solution was required. The third is Myra Falls, Canada, where the spillway was basically required to be protected. Because of the high velocity of the water, the entire strata was getting eroded. So here we have combined the concrete canvas with the terralock anchors. And the third is 5 Mile Creek in France, where we have combined the terralock anchors and high performance turf reinforcement mat, and in the base we have provided stone pitching. So different types of applications can be combined with the terralock anchor, and we can have a sustainable and a well-protected solution. So that will be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pathak. And next we have Mr. Rashi Gupta, Technical Assistant, and Mrs. Richa Jha, Assistant Manager Sales, Suntech Geotextiles, along with Mrs. Sangeeta De, Geologist and Technical Assistant, Gabion Technologies. Please come forward for your presentation. And please complete it within 10 minutes because we are running short of time. Yes.
Good afternoon, all of you. My topic for the presentation will be application and usability of geosynthetic products for flood protection and erosion protection. I will be talking about a range of products that geosynthetic industry provides for the protection of flood erosion. So before coming to the topic, I will like to give you a brief introduction about our company. Our company is based in Chhattisgarh, which is in central part of India, and we manufacture all kinds of geosynthetic products there, which is used as a sustainable solutions for various applications, including flood erosion and civil engineering applications and environmental protection applications. And I would like to mention that we have all India's first BIS licensee for geo bags, which is being used nowadays in bulk quantities in major parts of Assam, Bihar, and in Kerala. And these are a few range of products that we manufacture, which includes non-woven geotextile, jute and coir geotextile, geo bag, geo cell, geo tube, drainage composite, geogrid, and paving fabric. So first I would like to talk about jute geotextile, which is totally a nature-based solution for flood erosion protection. As you all know, jute geotextile is manufactured from jute fibers, and it has very high moisture capturing capability. It can absorb 5 times of its weight around, it can absorb water around 5 times of its weight, so which acts as a protecting layer and which increases the CBR value of the soil. So this is how jute geotextile is used in the banks of the rivers, which increases the CBR strength of the soil. It also promotes vegetation, and as it is biodegradable, it can fertilize the soil after its degradation into it. So this is how jute geotextile is installed. We have to anchor it from both the sides, from top and from the toe, and then we have to stone pitch it or concrete layering can be done. So this is how jute geotextile can be a sustainable solution to cut the cost of the project from up to 20 to 30%. As we can see in this image, that if we use coarse aggregate and fine aggregate, the thickness of the layer will be increased, and also the locally available soil will be used in larger quantities. But instead of that, we can use jute geotextile, and we can reduce the cost of the project using this. In place of coarse and fine aggregates, we can just place jute geotextile, which will promote the vegetation of the river. And these are few of the projects. Case studies. This is the riverbank erosion which happened in the river Punarbhava. In this first image, we can see that this is the eroded bank, and after the laying of jute geotextile, this is how it is behaving after 3 years. We can see that a large amount of vegetation has been grown, and the erosion surface has been cleared and it is performing very well. This is also one of the case study of river Kaljani, and in river Kaljani also the bank has been eroded, and with the use of jute geotextile it has been repaired, and currently it is working very fine. This is how it is placed. We have to prepare the slope, and then we have to lay it throughout, and then we have to level it. In this image, we can see how jute promotes the vegetation. It has fertility in itself, so it will increase the vegetative feature of the soil itself, and it can absorb moisture also very well. So this was totally nature-based solution. Now I would like to mention about a hybrid solution in which we will combine the nature-based solution, which is jute geotextile, and we will use geocell, which will act as a hybrid solution. Geocell is a honeycomb structure which works in confinement mechanism, and basically it is used for slope erosion protection and for load bearing purposes. So in this image we can see how geocell can be placed and turfing can be done. In the first, we have to lay the geotextile at the soil surface, and then we have to place the geocell with turfing of grasses. So these both of these will act as a combined hybrid solution, and it will promote the vegetation. Now coming to geobags. Geobags also acts as a erosion protection and it is a geosynthetic product. It is totally made up of man-made fiber, which is polypropylene, but it acts as a erosion protection layers, and it will be placed in the sides of the rivers, and it will be filled with the locally available sand or aggregates. These are the specifications which has according to BIS, and these are few of the projects that we have accomplished, which includes WRD Assam and WRD Bihar and many more. This was all about geobags. Now coming to geotubes. These days geotubes are also used for erosion protection works, because where high tides flow, geobags have chances of washing out, but geotubes are bigger in dimensions, in length and in width, in diameter, so these cannot be washed out easily. So these days geotubes are also being used besides the rivers for coastal protection works, for erosion protection works, and for flood protection works. These are the images in which we can see how geotubes can be used. These are few of the projects, which includes Ganga project, and in Paradeep also it has been used. So we have discussed about how nature-based solution has given various advantages and various benefits to the nature, but also if we compare for in basis of carbon footprint, if we use geosynthetic products instead of nature-based products, it has a very low carbon footprint. If we use geosynthetic,
Mrs. Gupta, please conclude.
If we use geosynthetic products, this is how it works. We can see that it can totally replace the naturally available soil and the coarse aggregate, and we can see how it can reduce the cost of the product also, and the carbon footprint emission also in the nature. This is a comparative study in which we can see the energy can also be protected up to 15% if we use it in roads if we use geosynthetic products and we replace it with nature-based solution. So this is a comparative study. In these graphs we can see the CO2 emission and energy demand from 4 different applications in civil engineering. So it helps in reducing the global warming ultimately, because it has long durability if we use geosynthetic products. So these are few of the projects that we have, few of the clients that we have worked for, and thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gupta, for showcasing and highlighting different products that Suntech Geotextile has for riverbank erosion control. We have come to the end of this session, but before concluding, I would like to ask Dr. PLN Raju sir, although it's not relevant to this session, but you have vast experience in remote sensing and GIS applications. Recently, NESAC has conducted one good study on the wetlands, identification of wetlands for diverting floodwaters. Now, this with this study, initiation of this study has, in fact, we are also have, in fact, government has taken it very proactively, and in fact, earmarked some budget for diversion of flood water into the wetlands. Now, I just wanted to know about what is your opinion, or what is your take on the actual ground difficulties, or what are the challenges ahead, for implementation of this project for diversion of floodwaters into the wetlands, please.
Thank you, sir. I think you are also involved while we are planning for this diversion of the wetland. We are now, Special Secretary Abbasi sir also was there discussing. And Kaji sir also, he was also discussing that this wetland can also help in reducing flood impact. It may not be fully, but some to certain extent. Basically, you are asking about difficulties, but what I am telling is when you say that flood, whatever is that's 100% of flood, what is happening? So this can be reduced because of the many wetlands are there, and then flood water diversion is more of a engineering type of thing. Another is restoration of these wetlands in a more natural-based solutions. I think more economical, and then also it will also help in generation of employment and revenue generation for the farmers. I think Prasanna also presented the number of wetlands and then status of these wetlands. What is the condition of these wetlands? And the restoration is very important component. This Department of Fisheries with external aided funding of ADB. So they are also going for that restoration of these wetlands. Around 170 wetlands they identified, and then they are not only restoration, also giving a fisheries development. So that means one way it is helping in diverting a flood water to these wetlands, and also at the same time helping in restoration as well as revenue generation, and also farmers also benefiting from this. And what I wanted to say is remote sensing, as you said, it is not directly relevant, but it plays very important role. So when you say planning anything, so you wanted to know initial planning, so that investigation what has to be done. So remote sensing plays very important role. And once you implement also, how effectively it is implemented in monitoring in the long-term process. And Ministry of Donor and then Northeastern Council, so they sponsor various projects, and then all these projects getting implemented in various sectors. Either you say health sector, or agriculture, or infrastructure. So on a monitoring basis, this geospatial technology plays very important role. Even you say embankment protection, and then in the long run, how this protection is properly maintained. Or if you wanted to keep the maintenance component into that, so nowadays, whatever is NHIDCL or NHPC, all these roads which are all they constructed, they also give the long-term contract to maintain for long terms. So nowadays we have a series of satellite constellations and very high resolution, and then there all helps in either in planning and execution and then maintenance of those things in the long run. So that way these space technology as well as geospatial tools, and then they are very much are helpful in all the stages. So
thank you, Dr. Raju sir. And now we are running short of time. Very quickly, we have a lot of interactions already we have done. I just very quickly want to ask Dr. Orusama sir, regarding your, what will be your focus on the upcoming project that we have already planned with the IIT Guwahati? Can you just very briefly, highlight your focus?
In the upcoming project that we are thinking about, already some design concepts are there. We are developing that design concept. So on that, we'll like to, experiment with the various tributaries. And of course, in the main channel, another discussion is on already. Now, how in different soil type, different depth, different conditions, how they survive, what will be the best combination and optimal combinations of that, and how we can, rethink about our design also. And also the community participation that we'd like to take in a more planned manner from the beginning itself. So this is what is the main focus. But of course, if I conclude it there, here, from the presentation, what they have made, just I would like to have one, that we can have in discussion also in the lunch time or sometime. But then Gripul has presented that one, that I have seen that point for anchoring, because that has a potential for application. That's why I'm asking. That I have used actually with articulated concrete block. Whether the Gripul, Mr. Pathak is here somewhere? Yeah. With articulated concrete block in the guide band, we have used that. But when I come to cost component, that just I want to know that you can tell me later also, because that is articulated concrete block itself is a costly thing. So there we are spending a little bit more costly for anchoring is good, fine. But for vegetative approach, that anchoring, how will be the cost component, and that is one thing I wanted to know. And then, of course, the velocity, vertical velocity, that minimal Corella, she has brought into that point. Yeah, the high velocity, that is true, as well as in Brahmaputra River, we have the lower current very high. Vertical velocity profile we need to consider, so that we'll be considering in the upcoming project. That is not only the average velocity, when we go for modeling, not only 2D, we go for 3D modeling, quasi 3D at least, so that we can have an idea of what can be the maximum velocity and we can design it accordingly. So these are the point. Bharat Mahadevan, they have presented those things. We'll see how we can utilize their capability. That is all good things. That's fine from my side. Carbon footprint, the last point has come in the last presentation, I think. Yeah, this is also in our, scheme, because you're one of the person is working on that side, with me, so that we will explore that part, how it can work as a carbon sink, as well as use of these things, how it is reducing the application of stone and boulders and other, ready-made things where the factory is producing factory-produced things which can have a carbon source site. So that also we will explore in this study.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I just briefly want to ask Dr. Elise Penning. You have already visited one of the sites in Morigaon along with me, and we have explored, in fact. Now, we have a lot of industries joining us today was also for looking for hybrid solutions. We are also looking for hybrid solutions considering the very dynamic nature of the river Brahmaputra, different challenges. What is your opinion about how whether possibilities or scope of including these hybrid solutions for river like Brahmaputra and its tributaries in special cases?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we always want to work by a certain principle. We say in the Netherlands, green where we can and gray where we must, right? And that basically implies that in some locations we can work with nature-based solutions, and in other locations we might need to resort to more hybrid or even fully engineered principles. And it depends not only on the location itself, but also of the people that are there, right? This is one of those indicators that was also mentioned before. What do you do where, and for whom are you doing that? So I think that when we start to identify certain locations where the needs are very high, it might also be that those are locations where you need to do something very immediately and now. And that's where we already seen that the geobags were installed. The question that I do have is, would it be possible to replace like the polyethylene with like the coir-based or the jute-based version, so that over time they might also be sustainable in that manner, because we see that also geobags will sometimes just wash away and you will find plastics in your system as a result of that. So can we also think about that part more, on like how can also the hybrid solutions be made as sustainable as possible? I'll leave it with that for now, because I think we already want to go for some break as well.
Thank you again. We come to this end of this session, and I would like to thank all the presenters as well as our eminent panelists and for participating in this session. And we are looking forward for the next session, which will be a very important one, where we'll have a lot of discussions about our plan of actions and other important activities. So thank you all the dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen once again, and we conclude this session here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we wind up this session and break for lunch, may I request, I'd like to facilitate the presenters of this session. May I request Ms. Minimol Korula, Head Strategic Initiatives and Projects of McAfee, to please come on the stage. May I request Ivy and Pallavi to kindly facilitate, ma'am.
I'm thankful to this. At the same time, I was really very much impressed by the exemplary quality of the organization of this conference in terms of every aspect, and especially the quality of the sessions and the type of analysis, the review what has happened here. It was really very apt. Thank you so much.
May I now request Mr. Bharat Mahadevan, CEO and co-founder of Climate B Ventures, and Ms. Shikha Puri, research analyst of Climate B Ventures, to please come on stage. Next, may I request Mr. Lalit Pathak he's a National Technical Manager for Gripples. Sir, if you could kindly come to the stage. Next, I would like to call Ms. Rashi Gupta, Technical Assistant, and Ms. Richa Jha, Assistant Manager Sales from Suntech Geotextiles Private Limited, to please come on the stage. Thank you. So with this, we come to the end of the session. We'll break for lunch, and I think we can come back around the 3:20. $3:30. Okay, fine.
Before the action planning session, we will have a short presentation. Basic ko na lage.
Good afternoon and welcome back again. And before we start with the last session, that is on action planning session, we would like to have a short presentation on the hydroinformatics unit that has been created under the World Bank aided Assam Integrated River Basin Management Program, which has been established under the externally aided projects wing of the Water Resources Department. The hydroinformatics unit will function as a focal point for all activities under flood forecasting, including hydrological information processing units. It is working closely with the Northeastern Space Application Center, and we have already signed an MOU with NESAC on this. The hydroinformatics unit will also serve as a knowledge base for planning activities like storing and providing hydrological, geological, environmental, social and economic data to support integrated river basin planning activities and provide geospatial data services related to forecasting and planning. Apart from it, HIU would also interface with other organizations and systems located in other agencies for data and knowledge exchange to support its activities. And nature-based solutions are also one of the agendas of the HIU. So I would now request Pragya Paramita, Assistant Engineer of the Hydroinformatics Unit, Water Resources Department, to kindly make a very short presentation on the objectives and initiatives of the HIU. Pragya, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pragya Parmita. I'm working as an assistant engineer in hydroinformatics unit under Water Resource Department. So the hydroinformatics unit is a recent unit which is created under Water Resource Department. And one of the major objectives of HIU is flood forecasting. And we also assess the various river systems of Assam as it is dynamic in geomorphological sense. And also, like, we also have focus on the river erosion and then geomorphological stability, etc. So in HIU, we have various advanced mathematical application tool. One is the hydrological and rainfall runoff modeling tool. These may be the lumped or conceptual model and physically based distributed model. Then hydrodynamic river model. These includes the 1D hydrodynamic modeling, 2D or 1D 2D couple model, and then sediment transport and morphological model for the river erosion management. We have initiated 2 case studies in HIU. One is on the Buriding River, which is a south bank tributary of Brahmaputra, and the other one is the Beki River, which is a north bank tributary of Brahmaputra. So this is the Beki sub-basin and this is the Buriding sub-basin. For the Buriding sub-basin, the Water Resource Department, they have identified 2 vulnerable reaches, which is marked as red in the diagram. We basically use Mike 21C for modeling purpose, and in the model we have considered the 25-kilometer reach of Buriding River. The boundary conditions which we have used in the model is the 1D hydrodynamic model of Buriding. Then the calibration is done using the CWC gauge site and the discharge data which is available with us, and after that data analysis and pre-processing are done. So the Buriding sub-basin, which we can divide it into 14 different sub-catchments. This is the grid generation process of the Buriding River. We can see Buriding River is a meandering river and it is very narrow. So we have adopted the multi-block grid approach in our studies. Firstly, we have developed a 1D hydrodynamic model for Buriding, and the boundary conditions for the 2D model we have generated from this 1D model. We have run the model for the full monsoon period of 2021, and this is the water depth model of water depth map for the Buriding River, where we can see there is increase in depth in the 2 proposed sites. Also, if we see the speed contour maps, we can see that there is increase in velocity in the 2 proposed sites. And to further validate our study, we also run the 2D sediment transport modeling using Mike 21C. So there also we can see that these points are critical. Then again, we have seen whether the flood control or erosion flood control structures they can affect the river flow, how they affect the river flow and the velocity. So we have put 2 spars in the section, and then we can see how the depth map varies in near to the spars. Also the velocity profile, which has also changed when we place the spars in the river. The next case study which we have initiated is the Moinbury case study. The objective of this study is to identify the erosion vulnerable reaches according to severity, then to plan the types of erosion protection works, and to optimize and validate the plan with the application of mathematical modeling. So WRD has proposed in the two sites some anti-erosion works with geobags and porcupines. So we have before proceeding to the model, we have three options with us. One is the proposed first option is proposed by the WRD field engineers through site visits and then reconnaissance survey. The second option is the revision of the first option, which is considered after examining the initial results which we got from the model. And the third option, which is the revision of the second option, which we have considered after examining the detailed model outputs. So a 2D hydraulic modeling for different flows from 500 to 7,000 cubic we have evaluated. So this is the basin topography of Becky River. Now, in the initial study, if we see the bankline shifting in the Moinbari area, here we can see that there is a considerable shift in the bankline. We have also predicted the bankline for 2027 also. During the setup of the model for the Becky River, we have developed one large grid size and for one like high resolution local 2D grid, because the local 2D resolution grid, it helps us to place the different bank protection works or the aprons with geobags, revetment work, etc. So this is the picture which is suggested by WRD. The red color portion is the anti-erosion work which is suggested by WRD, and the green colors are the porcupines. So this is suggested by Water Resource Department from field observations. But after modeling, we have changed it. The anti-erosion anti-erosion work portion we have replaced with porcupines, and some porcupines we have replaced it with anti-erosion works. Like if the water depth and the velocity is more, then we can say that there in that section the anti-erosion work is necessary. So this Hallstrom curve we have used for defining the threshold velocity, and the threshold velocity which we have found is 0.24 meter per second, and the grain size considered is 0.30 mm. We have provided ranks for the different stretches which is suggested by WRD. Then after modeling, we have changed like from anti-erosion works to porcupine, and for porcupine to anti-erosion works. So here we can see that the modeling can be used for modeling can be used in for different pilot projects to select the sites, like for NBS projects. Like from modeling, we can see whether we can check the water depth, the velocity, and the inundation period. And we can also check whether a particular species will survive in that situation with that depth, with that velocity, or with that inundation period. And Water Resource Department has already entered an MOU with IIT Guwahati for nature-based solution, and it has been done in it is initiated in Brahmaputra and also in the tributaries of Brahmaputra. Thank you.
Pragya, please come back to the stage. May I request IB Bora, HR Executive of the AADB, and Ishita Roy Karmakar, IT Officer, FREMA, to kindly felicitate Pragya. Thank you, Pragya.
So I want to add a little reflection on the work which HIU has presented. Mahadevan, I hope you have also noticed this work. So I have a request who works with NBS or even structural solutions or hybrid. You know, we should have a pre-scheme knowledge. So how do we generate that? Only through measurements, it is always difficult. We cannot measure every inch of the river. So we can have this knowledge through satellite-based analysis, through a hydraulics modeling like this. So I request who works with NBS, structural interventions, hybrids, let us try this. So have a pre-scheme, post-scheme. That is what we call evaluation, you know. Then we can see how the nature-based solution is working. Thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I'd just like to add a few words to what Dr. Kazi has said. The HIU has been set up very recently. It is not yet 1 year old, so they are learning how to do the modeling. And I think when we start the NBS process, we can also do some analysis for site selection, maybe for the carrying out the NBS activity, and later also we can have we can do some monitoring through of the NBS activity, which we are going to execute through the HIU based on the modern technologies which they are developing. Anyway, thanks to my colleague Pragya. Actually, we are not yet. I think on 15 we are going to have our first foundation day. So day after tomorrow we are having the birthday of HIU. So within 1 year they have picked up many things. So I congratulate to Pragya and my team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we come to the end of this end of this workshop with the last session. The next session is technical session on the action planning session. So may I request Dr. Ranveer Singh, sir, to please come on the stage. May I also request Dr. Ellis Penning, Mr. Aise Wisma, Dr. Kazi Iqbal Hassan, Dr. Sanjay Giri, Dr. Aurup Kumar Kharma, sir, and Dr. RSC Jaira, sir, to please come on the stage. I would now like to request Dr. Ranveer Singh, sir, to kindly moderate this session and help us in developing a roadmap on the topic of this workshop, that is nature-based solutions for riverbank erosion management, embankment stabilization, flood risk reduction at the river Brahmaputra, creating buffer space for wetlands. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So we have entered a very critical stage of the workshop. Since yesterday, a lot of sessions have been conducted on a very exciting topic, a very emerging topic, which is the nature-based solutions. And a lot of interest was seen in all the sessions. Now, I think before we proceed further, I would like to give an opportunity to the audience. If you wish to ask any question from any of the experts here, this is the right moment. Let's not miss this opportunity. So, any questions from anyone to any of the experts? Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So I am PL and Raju. Actually,
Yes, Mr. Raju.
I'm working as a Assam State Space Application Center. So it is a wonderful opportunity for me also and for my team. And we don't work on this, but knowing these nature-based solutions is also very important for the rivers, particularly controlling erosion and flood. What I wanted to say that this hydroinformatics center is also formed, and then they also have a team of experts in various fields, and we should also make some complete database anyhow. I think you'll be doing it, as well as maintaining it on a regular basis in planning, execution, and as well as monitoring of the whole activities under ADB and then World Bank. There is I mentioned in my earlier panel discussion also, NEC, they have a project monitoring for dashboard. In that, all the activities, what are the sponsored projects done for whole Northeast, so they used to bring into the database and maintain. It also helps in financial management also while executing these things. So nowadays, Government of India also, PM Gati Shakti, they have maintained the database. So my suggestion is to have a comprehensive database and dashboard for this, all this project execution, planning and monitoring things. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? This was an observation, of course. Any questions or observations from anyone?
Maybe I can call it a layman's question maybe. From yesterday I'm hearing that or maybe I know it from previously also, that NBS is the win-win situation. NBS has got all economic investment, it is economically affordable, it has got socially, I would say, all good points to consider. There is hardly any social impact that came out as today's discussion. So if it is so good that there is hardly any negative point about it, what is it that kind of, curtails us from implementing it everywhere, all across? What is it that makes it difficult for us to, take it all over and maybe cutting out other approaches that can be maybe less impactful or not affordable as such? So what is it that is kind of a limiting factor here?
Yeah, this is really a very challenging question, right? Yeah, you would like to.
Yeah, thank you very much. We should not forget that in many places we are doing nature-based solutions without actually naming them like that, right? So also embrace that as a comfort in a way. But what I see often is happening is that it is very easy to stick within the domain that you've been trained in. So if you have been trained in one domain, you will look in that domain for solutions. And often you see that then you get solutions for a single question. And what is challenging about nature-based solution is that you suddenly have to work with people from different domains. So we have people from engineering who have to work with ecologists, who have to work with social people, with governance, with financial aspects. And that is new, and that is sometimes very challenging because you need to learn each other's way of thinking, each other's language. I had to learn a lot of new language as well at the start of all of this because there's different concepts. And it's only by learning each other's language and understanding that, hey, I also occasionally need to talk with someone from, say, the stakeholder engagement or with how do they get their products to the market. I mean, it's not in I've not been trained in that. So for me, it's a completely new aspect to discover. And so that is also with like, okay, if you're coming from an engineering background, suddenly you have to think about ecology and all the dynamics that come with that, which is also new. So if we keep ourselves challenged in saying, yes, I do want to understand what the other domains bring, and I want to see how we can benefit together, that is how we can make this really work. I hope that helps in answering your question.
One very brief. One other important thing is exposure. especially in well, Asia, but also Africa, it's very important to show something. If you invest in something like flood protection, you want to show something. Then how easy is it if you have a hard construction with your WRD logo on it? But a nature-based solution doesn't have that. So that's often also that blocks the willingness to go for a nature-based solution, just because politicians want exposure, which I fully understand, but we have to make it more, I would say, sexy. And then suddenly it is becoming a suitable option.
Yeah, in the same line, basically what I see is there are two problems. One is that people will have to develop their confidence on this. When we initially started, I started initially in 2006 with a nature-based solution. And during that period when we were doing, then that site survived. But still, when we initially went there, people were always with the thought, or they were questioning, I'm telling you, what will happen with these grasses if you plant, or what will happen if you do this? We need a strong solution. We need boulders and all those things so that we can be feeling safe. So that is one point. That's why to promote that part, it is always necessary to establish that, yes, it works. And now we are establishing in some portion, at least in Majuli. So people are now requesting that that method should be adopted. This is what is on the willingness side. And from Water Resource Department side, as they are implementing that things, this is codal provision. Like someone, suppose from the department who are working as engineer, if they suggest that I want to go for nature-based solution, in one time, suppose if I go back to 10 years back or even 5 years back, then they will have to do it of their own risk kind of things, because there is no such codal provision. Even when we make a financial assessment or other design with Brahmaputra board in this particular project, we had to design our own things like that. So if we bring it into a codal provision, and then they become safe. Otherwise, someone is becoming very aggressive and implementing it. If it is failing somehow, if the rock structure or other already agreed structure are failing, he is not at risk. But if his proposed things fails, and then many will question, who asks you to do that? You should have done it by the codal provision. So we need to work more harder to bring it into the codal provision so that it can be implemented in a more systematic way.
Just to add our Sharma sir's opinion of views, in our part, the erosion happens so fast, and the slot that is available for implementation is so short that we cannot afford to wait for nature-based solutions to grow up and take hold of the situation. So people are so demanding, and whatever work that is we are implementing are almost like it is kind of a knee-jerk. I mean, reactive attitude, and we have not been so planned, and still that we are a long way to go that way also. As Sir has rightly pointed out, absence of any guidelines, because we have standard guidelines for implementing the other river works. So we are more comfortable with this hard work, and also the time also is another major factor. I just want to ask our distinguished experts and panelists, and regarding, we require a number of experts in implementing nature-based solutions. Like a lot of stakeholder participation is also required. Communities are also required. So the kind of setup that is available with the Water Resources Department, is it necessary to change the setup a little bit, or prepare a framework for implementation of nature-based solution, or the existing setup of WRD can implement nature-based solution as it is suggested? Because I feel that the framework is not there, because we do not have the expertise in our department. Every time we'll have to look for experts from other sources. So I just wanted to highlight this and ask what should be the way ahead or going ahead for the department.
Thank you very much. Mr. Goswami, right? Yes. Yeah, Mr. Yeah, so before we take that question, this earlier question was very interesting, and actually Mr. Goswami's question is just an extension of the same theme. You see, how I look at it is that nature-based solution has lot of merit. In fact, it is extremely vital to use nature-based solutions more and more. But we have to also understand, see, every medicine does not have the same effect. It depends upon at what stage you come to the doctor, right? So how I look at it is, if we can develop the capability to predict which are the vulnerable areas before these areas are actually eroded, before full erosion takes place. If we know that yes, these are the vulnerable areas, then perhaps advanced action can be taken. So it's more of a preventive kind of prophylactic kind of solution rather than real curative solution, because once the velocity of water and the fury of water has had its impact on the river bank, after that you have to go for structural measures. But then you can reinforce those structural measures with the nature-based solutions so that the impact is more lasting and more sustained. This is the first point. The second point is that we also need to do some unlearning and some deconditioning, even, right? Not only with respect to the engineer community, but also with respect to the political and social community, because we need to inculcate that awareness. Then only there will be some progress towards nature-based solutions. So that is also very important. And the third point is that it will become a mainstream activity only if we have the institutional framework. If we do not have institutional setup, if we do not have the kind of competencies which Mr. Goswami is talking about, and if we do not make any progress in that direction, then it will remain a theoretical idea, this nature-based solution. So that also is extremely important. And then fourth, of course, we have to have the standards and specifications and codes, etc. for it, so that one can easily refer. Then there will be less risk. Otherwise, there will be a lot of risk in going ahead with the nature-based solutions. And now, who would like to pick up the question? Yeah.
Some points?
Yes. Oh, you want to? Yeah, please.
I think very nice suggestions, but one thing that I have missed in these last 2 days is how we are going to look into the climate change angle into this whole thing. How can you make your infrastructure climate resilient? ADB comes with a lot of experience in climate resilient infrastructure. Why don't we bring in something from them? Also, there is another point that I would like to bring in again from the climate change sector, is that the term nature-based solution is something which is kind of not taken in with the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework for Climate Change. They use the term like EBA, ecosystem-based adaptation. So, and you know, these two things, are we in line with what the center is thinking? Are we in line with the international cooperation, international negotiation agenda? So these questions need to be answered at the planning stage, and especially the need to integrate climate change impacts and how to look into the forecast. What is climate change going to do to your rivers or to the water flow, considering that the Himalayas are melting at a very fast rate. So all these considerations are going to make your infrastructure that you are building with nature-based solution, with construction, more resilient to climate change. That means less risk for you for a few more years, yeah? Thank you.
Okay, so I will also want to comment on the climate risk or climate resilient, but first I want to comment on the fast development of the erosion or scour at a site. I fully agree with you that it develops very fast. We know by example, I know one example in Bangladesh, they said 30 meter of scour developed in 1 or 2 days, and the most expensive river training works in Shirazganj, they failed, they collapsed for a certain section. Now, I have a little bit of difference here that this, yes, the scour developed on the side very fast, but the signal was coming far ahead. It came from upstream. Like, you know, the cyclone we predict. They were predicting cyclone will hit Bangladesh, or they did not hit probably Bangladesh, then hit West Bengal. So that is the error we had. So similarly, you know, we actually can do this advanced monitoring, that from where it is coming, there is a source. So this monitoring can be by mathematical model. You have to have an existing model of the river. So you can see the development. Like I do not expect you run the flood forecasting model because it is erosion. It is a little slow process than change of the water level or discharge. So have a sediment transport and morphological model, do prediction. Prediction, there will be uncertainty, but then in addition do the monitoring. You have to have the regular monitoring there. You have to have that mechanism that if you do not do entire 600 kilometer of Brahmaputra inside Assam, you at least do on the critical sites. That division has to be there, and that monitoring report during monsoon season had to come like every day even if you need. I like to refer the monitoring of the Rhine River by Netherlands, Rijkswaterstaat, or maybe Delta Res. You know, they have a model of the river, and how many times I cannot tell you. They have updated that model like it's a, I do not know, every year they are doing updating, every year they are doing so many experts are working. You know, their peak discharge is like 5,000 meter cube per second. We have 150,000 meter cube per second. That we do not need to be scared with the scale of the discharge. You know, we need bigger solutions. So process is still similar, same governing process. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Shall I? Yes.
Yeah, just first questions about nature-based solution. Yeah, first I think we have to understand like from where this is coming, this word, nature-based solutions. You know, I'm an engineer, so of course as an engineer I always like thought that prosperity, the indicator of our prosperity is infrastructure. So, you know, we are at this stage when we need it. And now we hear this nature-based solution is coming from where? Because they developed everything. They built all kinds of infrastructures. Have you seen the River Rhine, yesterday's Alice presentation? It was a braided river, which is completely channelized and completely engineered, and you see it like a canal. The 30% of the land was reclaimed from the sea. What can be the more intervention than this? And that's why now they understood that no, we also need, when you have quantity, enough quantity, prosperity, how we call it, we start to think about the quality of our life, the nature, environment, and that's why now they are actually taking out all these things, so all this bank protection work, I have been involved in most of these projects and looking at the impact of that if we take out the, say, groins from the river, what will have impact. Still, we are looking at the impact of, like, for example, sedimentation, because Rhine branch is very important for the shipping. It is a large part of economy. So they are continuously monitoring the impact of those event solutions, nature-based solutions, yes, on the other sectors. And of course, we started to understand that we need to also cooperate. So nature-based solution is not a single specialization or disciplines. It's a combination of many disciplines and many fields. And the same thing, like another questions about climate. So when we do right things, it's always towards the adaptation. So once we are kind of trying to respect the nature, means we are moving towards the adaptation. So that is actually obvious. Yeah, so these are like, I'm taking all the questions at once, trying to keep it in one answer. So which means that indeed we have to develop and we have to learn. What we have to learn from the, West, from the developed world, is that what mistakes they made so that we don't do that again. Brahmaputra is, I think, 80–90% a natural river. You can't find such a natural rivers, which is in our region, anywhere in the in this Western world. So now we have to learn from them how can we balance, what does prosperity mean for us. So that is the main thing that we have to learn. And then move, and then also teach our children, society, so that they also learn what does prosperity mean, how we should live in harmony with nature, what does beauty means, a nice shiny building or a green, park or river. So that is how I always think as an engineer. Thank you.
In between, I have forgotten the questions. What was the question? Huh? Okay. Now I recall. One was that climate change that Indrani was putting into. Yes, the climate change part, that definitely when we go for nature-based solution, as the vegetation has that role, that is there. We'll be getting that benefit. But then what will be the change in the flow scenario because of the climate change? That our institute is working. In fact, we were given, as a BP Chalia chair professor, I was given that mandate that what will be the future changes. So that study is there that we can share what will be the change in flow, etc. And then second part, that if that flow changes, then always we need more flexible solution. And this bioengineering comes under a more flexible solution. So that way it is advantageous. At the same time, general addressing, it increases, carbon sink. Also it reduces, carbon source, as it avoid use of those industrial materials, cement and all those things, which are actually carbon source generator. So from that point, always we can justify this bioengineering as one component. And coming to monitoring, continuous monitoring, what Dr. Kaji has told, that is actually quite necessary. I don't know what will be the cost involvement, because so far the model setup is concerned, we can always have a hydrodynamic model of the entire river system, But what regular change or modification is required, as said that several run has been made for the small, your Rhine River. Right? So similarly here, we'll have to keep on changing the bathymetry. That is what the bathymetric changes will have to be done. Then other parameters are not changing that much. So you can always do that bathymetric survey or plan from change that we can monitor through the satellite data. And that cell is there. It can be enriched with regular receiving of that satellite data with some collaboration with NESEC or that kind of things. So if it is done, then we'll be always having a regular plan from change, and then we'll know that where we need to go for new bathymetric survey. Technology are improving, we can do it quickly, and then changing that bathymetry, we can again run the model, we can see where it is hitting, and that way we can identify the potential erosion area, and then can, looking into the other height of the bank at that location and other factors, we can decide whether we should go for hard measure or this kind of bioengineering measures, or in combination. Because the method that we are applying in bioengineering now, this is also a combination. This is also an engineered one, not just simply vegetation putting. So that kind of combination is necessary.
I want to respond on Rajiv's your point about the composition of WRD, and I think what you have seen in the past perhaps is the diversification or in your team is already a process that is ongoing. With the digitalization, you have hired people or recruited people who are now experienced in GIS or in IT. At the same way, when you look at the FREMA, the composition of FREMA, where you have safeguards, social and environmental safeguards experts who are supporting WRD in the World Bank and ADB projects. So it is a process, I think, that's already ongoing. And now with HIU becoming fully staffed, you see that more capacity and more diversification in capacity is also happening to the benefit of the entire organization. So I think my answer is positive. Yes, WRD will transition, will diversify, and I think it is demand-driven. If you are willing to start piloting more a nature-based approach in your work, then automatically you will see what capacities you need. And I encourage you to not be afraid and hire an hydroecologist and let that person also try to lead the design of these type of nature-based solutions. So I think it's a positive development, and I would fully encourage you to take action.
I just want to add one point. Yeah, just one point, that is, for this kind of work, a plant specialist, I mean botanist or agriculturist, who knows actually more detail about the biological part of the plant, that kind of person is required. And Water Resource Department can hire under this project, maybe on deputation from those organizations who already have that kind of people, or new staff can also be, put into it. One staff at least.
And also it is very important that in case of nature-based solution, we monitor the maintenance. Yes, on-site monitoring of the maintenance is extremely important. Otherwise, other factors will destroy the good work done.
Little point.
Yeah.
So I only want to compliment Professor Sharma. How expensive is this monitoring? Model-based monitoring, direct measurement. My answer is, if you have institutional capacity, then it's very minimal. I bring an analogy. In England, probably 95% household, they can do their electric wiring in the house, but I cannot do. So I always need to call one electrician, and one house call is 200 pounds, which is 25,000 INR. He comes and they stay probably 10 minutes. So in institutional capacity, you have minimal cost.
Now it is becoming exciting. So for institutional capacity, because many of them are my students also, I know that they are all, well trained. And institutional capacity, I would like to tell that actually you have that potential. You have that potential, just you need to get the opportunity to work by yourself. And this time, why I'm telling the Borohi site, whether that Deep was there or someone else was, Borohi site. The bathymetric survey, we did the modeling by using our Brahma model that was developed with Brahmaputra board in collaboration. But that bathymetric survey was done by in-house. Bathymetric survey was done by in-house. And similarly, recently on Nimati Ghat, we have done the model study without any penny there. Model study in collaboration with the water resources people only. All young engineers, she was also there. Many were there. So, and that has gone into a publication in international journal, that work. So that kind of academic collaboration is also happening, and just 1 week before this has published. So I would like to share that also with you, that it is a modeling of the porcupine and other things. So if it coming, so why the water resource department cannot do it? Just some incentive is required. They are doing it.
We just observed that we should hire people of different disciplines. We should also hire people with composite competencies like hydroecologists, etc. But the experience is that whenever we create a position in the government, particularly in government departments, we create a position and then we say that a civil engineer, the basic qualification, the eligibility qualification is civil engineer. Now, but we need a person with completely different skill sets. For example, we implement projects. Now, we do not hire project managers. We do not create job roles for project managers. We presume that, okay, if we have hired a civil engineer, he will be able to do project management, right? Similarly, he will be able to do other things as well. So we need to have some retuning of our mindset also, that this is a time when specialization is very important. So at the entry level, we need specialization at the entry level. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Then the other method, of course, is that you source from the market through agency, etc. That is the other route. But I think unless you have some in-house specialization, simply hiring from the market also does not yield optimal results. So, Jara Sam,
this is just a forester's viewpoint. Whatever problem we are seeing in Assam is just the symptom. Actually, the cause lies elsewhere. So, but from our AIDB, we will not be able to take care of the cause, because since it's outside the jurisdiction. But Brahmaputra board, being in charge of the entire river passing through India, should be able to take care of the causes also, because all the erosion that is coming from Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh is the basic reason for the erosion and the flooding here. If we take care of the catchments, then definitely these problems will get reduced. And also taking care of the wetlands, both the Himalayan wetlands as well as the wetlands in the plains. If these are taken care of, then it will get solved. And regarding the NBS also, I just have a comment. Because it's just like if the symptoms are very severe, we may not be able to do with only medicine. Maybe surgery is also required. So the engineering solution is like a surgery, and NBS is like medicine. So sometimes we may have a combination, or sometimes only medicine may work. Wherever the problem is less, we go for NBS. Where it is severe, go for hybrid. Thank you.
So any other questions? Yes. There's a lot of interest.
Thank you. This is Firoz Ahmed from Aranyak. My question was actually, I was thinking, but a lot of discussion has happened in between. NBS, as already being discussed, is like a medicine which cannot be used as emergency. So NBS takes a lot of time to give its result, I believe, because this is a process and it's natural, and NASA takes its own time. Are we ready to give NASA that time to have a result from NBS implementation? I think that's very important when we plan and when we want results. And my second question is, NBS is low cost. Are we ready to bring down our project cost to a low cost project? Because I think that's what also very important when political leadership and administrative leaderships also come into play. Because nowadays we all see that bigger projects are more attractive than the low cost projects. I think that should be taken care while taking the roadmap ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, let's hear the other question also.
Actually, I have like couple of technical questions since many experts are sitting there. We had many discussions where like many presenters discussed about catchment treatment plan or things happening at catchment level. Is it really logical, or this for the mainstream of Brahmaputra, because like vertical cuts or the scale of erosion which we are seeing, is it coming from small tributaries, catchments, or it is kind of local effect? So maybe experts can say. And second, like now already Dr. Firoz has talked about no cost. So on the other line, like what could be the risk of failure if we go for NBS, and what could be the risk of failure in case of we go for hard structural solutions, and how it is relevant for the policy makers to think on, like if they have to think from the risk perspective, specifically with the risk of failure and exposure to that event, for example, any extreme. So how policy makers can take the decision, because most of the time decisions happen at the higher levels, and usually the implementing agency wait for the decisions to go on.
I think I'll give the mic to you, right?
Thank you. Thank you for difficult question. We always discuss about this. Yesterday also I heard many presentations about the source. So the some presenters, they mentioned that the catchment sediment generation is the main problem of the dynamics of the Brahmaputra. We discussed among ourselves also in our circle. So what is our understanding? And here some great experts are here also who understand Brahmaputra very well. The main thing is like for such a dynamic river, just certain catchment erosion may not be so relevant. The main source is the extreme events that happened in the past that created the large amount of erosion, like because of earthquake. Yeah, so huge amount of sediment that basically transported as a pulse, which led to the widening of the Brahmaputra. And it is observed now that it is going down now. Yeah, so you see even somehow in Jamuna we were looking, it is even somehow now started to stabilize. So the main problem is actually not the sediment coming from the upper catchment now. Its main is the dynamics of the flow and the erodibility of the lower part. So most of the sediment generated is from the lowland part because of the land erosion. And actually this can be studied. So you can actually trace from where really the sediment is coming, from which part of the catchment, from which tributaries. But our understanding is that the main source is the erosion. And even if you reduce the sediment supply, the dynamics of the flow will anyway lead to the erosion of the land, because it's a very young, fragile floodplain. Yeah, so simple catchment treatment, what we are now talking about, is not really about, it will not really solve. It's not really connected to the dynamics of the lower part of the Brahmaputra. So the main sediment is coming actually from the large erosion of the lower part. So you can see actually a lot of sediment eroded from the floodplain. This becomes a bar, chur. This moves down, creates the migration of deep channels from here to there, hitting the banks, hitting the churs. So these are the processes actually which is actually responsible for these dynamics, but not like catchment erosion or because of deforestation or something like that. That is what is our understanding, but we have not, of course, studied this. And I hope that even within the scope of our project, maybe we can look, because we have also scope to observe each tributaries, all the catchments and major tributaries, the sediment, so we can actually try to understand it better. What is the main reason for these dynamics? But it's definitely, the river which has a discharge fluctuation from 2,000, 3,000 to 50, 60,000. And even the lowest discharge erodes something in the river. Yeah? So even 2,000, when it is concentrated on a small, it's always there is always erosion, even in the lows. So these fluctuations, these dynamics, fluctuations, and the very fragile floodplain river, create these dynamics. That is what our understanding so far. But of course, we have to maybe do some more literature, maybe review and talk to experts more. So that is what, I hope that this is the answer to your question. Correct or not, I don't know, but.
What pilot studies will you do in that regard, sir? Continuing with whatever you said, what sort of pilot studies would you recommend now?
No, we are within this project. We have to set up the sediment monitoring stations in all major tributaries, and we have also a lot of river survey component in this project, and I think it will really contribute. It will really contribute to the understanding of the Brahmaputra system in Assam, as the process of sediment transport and morphological changes.
So Gaurav, if I understand your question correctly, was the question that are sediment coming from little subbasins? Was it the question? Yes? Okay. So we will not disagree at all that water is coming from the little subbasins, from every square inch. That we will not disagree or contest at all. Now, I do not have any disagreement with what Sanjay said on the large scale sediment movement, but I have a request to the audience. When a large rainfall happens, if you have a home at village, catch one glass of water for me and see the glass is clean water or there are some sediment. Okay, catch one glass. So I do not make any comment on that. So, from Brahmaputra, about 300 million tons of sediment moves every year, which is the coarse sediment, we call it sand. It comes from river bed, from large scale bars, which Sanjay was referring. But there are actually, in some literature, I said it yesterday, you will see 1,200 million meter cube, 1,000 million meter cube. They are in fact fine sediment. So let us try to explore where the source of this fine sediment, and I would recommend, and actually it is needed also, we put sediment monitoring, what Dr. Sanjay said already, on at least major contributing tributaries and see how the contributions are. Central Water Commission already have, but WRD can also multiply this. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Kazi is correct. So there are fine sediments which flow through the water column. So we usually measure it. If it doesn't interact with the bed, as a morphologist, I'm not interested in it. So if it goes to the Bay of Bengal, so what I was talking is about the bed load transport, mainly the or suspended load transport, any mode of transport which interacts with the bed and contributes to the dynamics, the morphodynamics. Yes, but definitely there could be 3 times more suspended or wash load, which is basically flowing through whole Assam in deposits somewhere, I don't know, in our Bay of Bengal or in any tidal region. Yeah, so that is just I wanted to make it clear.
Brahmaputra board has assigned a study for analyzing sedimentation in 2 rivers, Siang and Dibang, to IIT Guwahati. So I'll request Professor Sharma to throw some light on this question.
Yeah, in fact, the sediment dynamics, and that it comes from the catchment, is of course obvious. We have done experimentation also in small scale, but mathematical modeling of the all basins we have done, but more rigorous exercise is further required for that. But sediment coming from the catchment is, as already Dr. Kazi has pointed out, that a lot of sediments are flowing out, and then depending on the size of the sediment, it deposits in different part of the river. In fact, we did study for the entire Brahmaputra River. We collected samples, sediment sample. And interestingly, grain size is not changing at a very high range. But then there are stages. In the plain region, we are getting some grain size, which is slightly coarser. But on the upstream, if you go to boulder size, even in the Arunachal, lot of tributary we have investigated, there the boulder size go to 2 meters also sometimes. And even when the boulder sizes are 2 meter size, 1 meter size like that boulder, there we have witnessed covering of 3 meter. So even after having an armoring layer of that kind, cover layer, there were scouring, making the piers of the bridge exposed completely, removing the bridge one part. So in sediment, we need to deal with coarser size sediment like boulders, etc. And in modeling, mathematical modeling, we are working on that, but getting exact, because all these are empirical, because this is not very easy to do sediment modeling. We can always have some results, but then boulder, for that we need specific equation for specific area kind of things. Similarly, we are now doing, of course, for sand, lot of studies there so that we can have always. And finer sediment will be flowing on the top. That is one thing. But our model study on Dibang and Siang, that we have seen that there are some sub-basins from where huge sediments are coming. Now, it depends on delivery ratio. Actually, erosion we get, then how much is being transported, that is another point. Now, if we can have a monitoring of all this sediment at different tributary outlet, that will be actually a great data set for us. And I would like to add one point, because whatever erosion is happening, all are not coming to the outlet, but not today, but in another next rain spell it can come. And what our Dr. Giri is telling, that is inside, within the river also there is a sediment dynamics. That is a different aspect, that banks are eroded and then it get to sandbars are eroded, it is going to bank. So this is a different inside sediment dynamics, but from the catchment it is definitely coming. That's why otherwise the river would have been emptied so far. So now that some management measures we can take, we were discussing, that can we give small barrier in kind of some, and then make it a sediment quarry kind of things in those catchment where it is continuously generating more sediment. So those need more detailed study, but that kind of opportunity is there. And can we select, under this project, can we select one tributary at least where we go in a more detailed monitoring in different sub-basins? That will give opportunity. In many tributary it is there, not in this region, but in other side it is there. They monitor different sub-basins, how much sediment has come to this point and how much sediment is in downstream. So that kind of monitoring, if we can do, at least in one sub-basin, that we'll have to identify, and that will be again a great data set. In addition to having all tributary outlet, what is the sediment gradation, what is the sediment characteristic, quantity, volume, and size. Yeah.
You have a question? Okay, so this would be the last question. Okay, that will be the last question. Fine.
Good afternoon. I am Ranjit Das, a scientist from Northeastern Space Application Center. Actually, my query was partially replied by respected panelists. Still, I like to place the question, and that is, it is accepted that the siltation is from the catchment area, from the respected panelists. So, my point is, Government of India has been implementing integrated watershed management program since 2010. Objective of the program is to conserve soil and water using mostly NBS, nature-based solutions. So why WRD also cannot adopt the similar guidelines if they have lack of guidelines right now for protection? So that is my question. Can WRD adopt a similar guideline for resist soil erosions to minimize siltation and same time bank erosions? Thank you.
Okay, let's have that question also simultaneously.
Myself, Tanvi, Environmental Officer of WRD Department for ADB project. Actually, I wanted to add up in the line in the sense that what Indrani ma'am has said, that in the UNFCCC framework, there is nothing called nature-based solution, but there is called ecosystem-based approach. And if to some extent, using the term or, bracketing it, everything is nature-based solution will go under noticed in the sense that if we do not give due importance to the ecological services, basically the provisioning services which any kind of ecosystem serves to the physical environment. And taking that opportunity, that it can be a very good thing to be enough policy formation process. And I guess Singh sir is there, who has always been a policy maker, that if such kind of things are considered in terms of, just like we have now the carbon credits. When US walked out of the Paris Agreement and India's due emphasis was on there, and thereafter US aid came to India with the Trees Outside Forest India program, spending a good amount of money on India for the trees outside forest, and eventually Assam came up with a new rule for Assam trees outside forest to bring up the carbon credit unit in terms of green carbon, that is for the forestry purpose. But if we can bring in make a change in policy, thinking about both the blue and the green credits in terms of not only forestry, but considering the grass and the shrubs and the wetlands, and the blue carbon and the green carbon both be accounted in that case. So that would be a more aid to the augmenting ecosystem services in terms of the provisioning, wherein siltation is also stopped, interception for the downpour or rain cuts are reduced, and interception is increased or augmented. And it can be in that sense that there can be a policy of inter-exchange of ecosystem credits amid the states as well, bringing into a new policy formation which will eventually help in arresting river erosion, reducing the risk of flood and erosion and other extreme events, and also aid climate resilience into the communities, where will the the beneficiaries are not only the communities, the government, and the entire agency, but for that I believe there would be required a stitching of all the government departments in this domain to work together, especially the hydrology part and the ecology has to come together, and some of the hydrological models may require a slight tweaks in the matter that there has to be an ecological component added to it. So in that case, sir, what is the view of the panel, given we have the panel of hydrologists, ecologists, and policymakers, and of course, Jaira sir is there, who's a forestry expert. So if we can count the grass, the shrubs, and the blue credits coming out of the wetlands and other rivulets as a whole in the watershed and the catchment management.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you very much. Quite some different questions. I think yours up, I will leave to the other panelists because that's a bit of a complicated one for me. But basically, your comment is also related to what was said earlier as well, and how do we evaluate nature-based solutions? On what kind of criteria do we do that? And I think that is something that we have to be very clear about, is that any type of solution that we're considering should be evaluated in the same way. And that's not only on hydrological criteria or hydraulic criteria or sediment-related criteria, but it's also to the other criteria. And what that exact list is on what you want to evaluate is something that has to be defined, but it should, in my opinion, also include livelihood, perhaps something on the cost benefits, on something on carbon crediting, on biodiversity, because there's all these different co-benefits, and we see that they are important. And of course it might be that you say, you know, actually we need to do this because there's one of these criteria that we find more important than the others. But then adding everything up also, is it a measure that is resilient? Is it adaptive? Is it robust over time, related to the climate change aspect as well? Does it grow with, or does it, you know, can it withstand something? So if you make an evaluation of all of the measures in the system, and whether they are technical or hybrid or purely nature-based, and you do it all on the same criteria, I think then you can make a good judgment of which measure you can do where.
Okay. There was already some request? Okay. I'll come later.
Sure. Okay, but Alice, who is making that set of criteria?
You are, all of you together.
Okay.
May I say? Yeah. The Brahmaputra is yours. It's all yours, right? It's belonging to you and to you and to you, and you need to do this together. And that is multi-stakeholder engagement. And that's what we're doing here today as well. And we see that not everyone has the same primary goal or the primary, someone wants to do for floods and another wants to do for sediments and another is there for livelihoods. But we need to bring it together. And I think being here together is that first step in that dialogue. So I wish you also like the next steps with keep that open mind to each other's needs and to the needs of the people that you're doing this for.
That's really very, very important that we all work together, you know, and then figure out what should be the criteria. Yeah. Who? Okay. There.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one point that since we are talking about basin development, there are many watershed management programs running in the states from the center, like the NRW, DPRA, NABARD is doing watershed management, GIZ does springshed management. So there are many opportunities where you can converge with different programs to attain the same things. Yeah, so I would look into the various options that are available as projects and schemes in this region, wherever you are working or to implement, to see how you can converge with all these existing programs to have a wider impact, maybe an aggregated impact for the whole state, which can also, you know, be sold to the center.
Yes. Good. Thank you. Yeah, there.
Excuse me, sir. I work with the Disaster Management Committee of the BAS and the landslide risk reduction also. So there the approach is you need to, wherever the risk is associated, calamities are associated, you need to have the categorization of the emergency solution, short-term solution and long-term solution. So this type of sediment movement, complete analysis and all, it will require a long time. By that time, this generation may change. So we should not mix the long-term solutions, the short-term and emergency. So the long-term has to go parallelly because we need to get the ultimate solution. But what immediately has to be done, those solutions, especially when we are talking about nature-based and all, we need to address that. Another aspect is when we are talking about the installation, especially the calamity-affected areas. So the installation is very, very important. The solutions will be driven by the installation. The component of the installation cost will be superseding other costs when the score hole is so much deep and all. So even that need to be accounted when we talk about the solution part. That's it.
Thank you. Would you like to say anything?
Shall I do that? Okay. So, Tanvi, I wanted to refer your question or comment. So you referring also, I think one of the presenter, they said EBA, NBS. You know, I have a read of the EBA by UNEP's document. So I do not, probably I will not argue on the terminologies, but you wanted to mean that by NBS, whether you are preserving the ecological services or it is just mere a bank protection work. It is not generating any added value. So I do not have any, you know, we need to prove that. But I have done few projects in England, so we cannot take we call it even NBS or wetland management. The project will not go ahead until we have shown in paper that we have kept the ecological integrity same, have some added values, we have done it. Because you know this EBA or whatever we say, this message is very clear that we have to present generation, we need to maintain the natural capital as a minimum for the future generations. So this NBS, if you just for siltation, you know, then it is like a close your eye, it is like a hard work done by grass, you know. You imagine it is like a hard work. Then, thank you, sir.
Okay, so we'll wrap up. Oh, okay, yeah.
Sir, from the discussion, we learned that NBS is not a solution to replacing the gray structures. Is it right, sir?
Yes, I mean it is not for replacing anything.
We should integrate both the things. We should integrate hard structures and NBS together so that we can get the best result.
Yes.
Now, in second case, in Brahmaputra Valley, we have wetlands, we have reserve forests, we have national parks, we have bills as a shock absorber of the flood. But what are the elements we will use? We should first identify those for the flood and risks or erosion risk management. Every year we are losing 8,000 hectares per year from erosion in the whole, both the valleys. Now, if you go for only nature-based solution, without combining all the things, then we'll lose more lands in future. So, it is my suggestion, it should be integrated one with hard and nature-based solution. We should prepare a roadmap for the whole valley.
Mike.
For the whole valley, considering all the wealth for elements to be used in the for flood and erosion risk management.
Absolutely. See, I think since yesterday morning, this point has been emphasized again and again that it is not about replacing the structural measures. It is about reinforcing the impact of structural measures and other interventions that we do, and making it more sustainable, making it more lasting, stronger, etc. So those are the ideas. So it is about integration. It is integration of the gray with the green, right? Yeah. So thank you very much for the.
Missed the question. I'm really interested on answer on that. If I put myself in the shoes of a decision maker, a risk of failing of a hard structure and risk of a failing of a NBS, how will I be facing that situation? Will you want to maybe put light on that?
Actually, it's very simple, because if you design a riverbank protection, whether it's gray or green, it has to comply to your technical specifications. So if you decide for a green solution, then you look at whether the material, for instance, that you use, whether it's maybe it's jute or coconut-based fiber, it needs to comply to the specification that you set. If not, then it may fail, right? So that's the basic standards that you have to comply to, otherwise it will not work. So that's the risk assessment you do up front before you decide for whatever solution. Because I agree with you and with the other speaker, or the one who asked the question, the quality, that's the foremost critical, the criteria that we have to look at. But there are a lot of nature-based solutions, and referring to my presentation, where you apply a nature-based approach, where you provide room for the river, then the risk, and risk is also the consequence of something that happened, is lower, because if you have bank erosion and there is no damage, then there is also no risk. So if you plan in advance, you plan it well, then risk may be reduced already. So it depends on the situation, depends on the location, but you always comply to your technical specifications. But WRD, if you it's your field of expertise, so it's also good to comment.
So risk of failure is the same. I mean, it doesn't matter which technology you use. Risk is not technology dependent. Risk is, whether you are providing the complete solution, and whether that solution works in a given set of circumstances. Because structures have been failing, that risk is also there. Similarly, green solution also may sometimes fail. So that risk of failure would be there. Yes, okay. The last person, last question.
Good evening, sir. My name is Dr. Arubjyoti Bora, and I am basically a waste researcher. Whenever I see any waste, I try to seek the biotechnology intervention, and I seek that how can I generate circular economy through that prospect. So I accidentally has been invited by Sonali ma'am here. So when I found that the discussion was going on basically on waste, it was like water flood-based management through nature-based intervention, nature-based solution. So my question is that, is the nature-based solution only confined to the flood management, or any circular economy and livelihood generation prospect has not been, I have not encountered, maybe I have not attended all the session. And if it is their livelihood scenario is there, then what about the biotechnology intervention in that prospect? Suppose now the various plan has been told, like phragmites was there, retrievers were there. I would also like some more invasive plan like phragmites, Saccharum spontaneum, Ornodonex, Ipomia carnea. Those are very much indigenous to our place, even though it gained the term as invasive. But we can say it's invasive because they have already has that quality, like survival of the fittest. And if it is already there, in Kaziranga there's a lot of plants were there, but what is the solution? What I have heard till now, it's that they burn it. Why can't we seek some biotechnology intervention and put some economy in that, circular economy, like biofuel? Now bamboo has been focused. Why can't it be invasive plan as well? Why can't we seek that thing? So from livelihood prospect, since the conference is based on nature-based solution, so we can also see that if we can generate some livelihood from that thing, and I can see that there is one department that biotechnology intervention of this part has been missing. I can see that civil engineering part, structure-based work has been, they have confined. I have seen the ecological part, but somehow the biotechnology intervention, which can generate livelihood, that prospect of discussion is somewhat, I felt it's missing. So if you can kindly throw light on that, I'll be grateful. Thank you.
See, as far as I understand, the focus of this workshop was erosion and flood control and use of nature-based solutions in that direction, including stabilization of riverbank, etc. But there are a lot of other spin-offs, there are a lot of other applications for nature-based solutions. Those were also discussed in general during some of the sessions. But Bhaskar, would you like to answer this question?
Actually, yesterday a lot has been discussed regarding the livelihood part. It may not be directly related to biotechnology, what he is putting forward. I think most of the issues were, I think, yesterday discussed in this forum, and it was well addressed. I'd just like to comment to what Jyoti has said regarding the risk factor. Apart from his question, Jyoti was asking whether if there is a failure in the NBS work, the risk will be greater than the failure which we may face in a gray intervention. Actually, we have seen failure in both. We have seen failure in the gray intervention, and we have seen also failure in NBS, which WRD had executed maybe 10 to 12 years ago using vetivers. The main thing is that we have seen failure, but the detailed analysis for the failure has not yet been done. Actually, we should also look into the past and do some detailed analysis why we have encountered failure, whether it is a green infrastructure or whether it's a hard structure where failure has occurred. Okay, that's my viewpoint. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, this is a very, very important point. I don't know why there is no systematic inquiry into the cause of failure of any such project. That should become a norm. This is very, very important, because then only we learn and then only we improve. So thank you very much, everyone. Now I will wrap up the program by giving an opportunity to each one of the experts to just tell us one big idea that they have either they are taking away from this workshop, this conference, or that they would like to give to the audience. Thank you. So we'll start with Professor Sharma.
So far, one point is coming. Let me just add that point first. That all erosion, that all sediments are coming, all erosion cannot be prevented by putting simply vegetation, because some of the hill erosion that are geological, such big slides are there. In fact, when we went to one interior area of Dibang, our helicopter could go inside a landslide and could come back like that, such huge size. And there, the topsoil has nothing to do. So that kind of soil, when it is coming, we cannot control it by vegetation. That should be for sure. So what is one point, that where we should go for vegetative measures, what kind of, that is nature-based solution, that we will have to be very sure about that, looking into all these points. And accordingly, we should go for nature-based solution, as today's discussion is nature-based solution. And its other benefit, livelihood, that we will always need to put as a byproduct, because, why I'm telling as a byproduct, because focus of this particular workshop is flood and erosion control. So, but then when we use nature-based solution, there is always we will have to choose the vegetation in a way considering their economic value. And that will come as our byproduct. And in our Majuli project, we are planning in a way that after 8 years, it should be self-sustainable. Even break-even point was theoretically shown as 8 years. Why I'm saying theoretically? People will have to get involved into that. Local community will have to get involved into that. Those kind of industries, small-scale industries will have to be started. So this way we'll have to take it. And climate change, always we should add that as an additional benefit for the nature-based solution. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Two key messages from my side. One, and I said it in my presentation, but I think is very important, is to preserve what you have in terms of natural assets. So the wetlands you have, cherish them and make sure that they function the way they did in the past. And the second is that I strongly recommend the WRD to consider changing to more natural fiber for geotextile and geobags. I think there is an opportunity, and I recommend you to start piloting it. And I think that's a very important transition. Thank you.
Yeah. We've seen some great examples as well from this area, today especially. And I think it's always very useful to visit such examples and to learn from them and to take other people to successful areas where you're able to show in the field what's going on. We've been in the field also a few days ago, and that's where we learn. That's where you see what's happening in practice, and that's where you see how it works out. So I also would encourage you to keep a good connection with the field, and to keep a good connection with the people who are already working on nature-based solutions in the field, so that you can be inspired by that and to discuss together what are the most important criteria there.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, nature-based solution. Europe is investing in millions. Now, what is our call? You know, we have to make a trade-off. Shall we do what they are doing? Can we directly follow? So my message would be that we need to have policy, promote it institutionally, and make investment and involve the community. Do we do that in the same scale as Europe? You know, many people were saying, do we stop doing hard engineering? You know, the risk we live, we probably, you know, for many years from now, we always need a coffer dam all the time. You know, I cannot take out the embankment. People will be flooded every year. So policy, institutionalization, investment, we need to ask this question: are we doing that, or are we only doing the exhibitions of the NBS? So this is one. Another, I do not know whether there is a bit of misunderstanding in the message of flood and erosion risk management, whether our audience, they understood that everything we do in the river. Someone raised this question that no one discussed about catchment sediment loss management. Actually, if you refer my presentation, I showed how to moderate the flood hydrograph. That we do not do, that we cannot create in the river. So I talked about that, about the catchment. It has to start from the catchment. You know, there is a bit of still misperception in the flooding. The definition I showed, it shows flooding is overflowing of water. So actually implicitly meant that coming out of the river. Actually, it is submerging. The rain is so intense in our part of the world, it submerged the entire catchment. So how we can manage it in, for example, in England, there is program by the government. They call it CFMP, catchment flood risk management program, not river flood risk management program. That is, they do not call it. So they improve the catchment. So I will not again argue on the point that is it only NBS or added additional values. Of course, we have to design in a way that it not only increases the runoff holding capacity of the catchment, it generates other benefits, multi-dimensional. That is the design we have to do. We cannot ruin our cultivable land in the name of nature-based solution. Thank you, sir.
I just have a request. So whenever the plan is prepared, the action plan is being prepared for the projects which have been taken up by FREMA and ADB, just take into consideration the DPR, which has been prepared for nearly 2.5 years. We spent time with all the agencies present here, and the DPR was prepared. It goes into all details of NBS. The complete list of species suitable for the area have been listed, not only Assam, the entire basin, and also we have identified the exact spots also which need treatment. So that information is just lying with the Forest Department and the RFRA and Brahmaputra Board. So this can be taken and used in this project also. Because that was prepared as a document to be used by others. It was not to be implemented by RFRA. So if you make use of that, it will be quite beneficial for all. Thank you.
Well, this message inspired by your questions about whether the nature-based solution or hard solution will fail or not. I think, yeah, you should not be, if you know the risk, what you should know is the risk. If you know the risk, yeah, you should not be much worried about whether it will fail or not, whatever measure it is, nature-based or non-nature-based. So the approach, nowadays also you see in many Western countries, approach to disaster management, flood management, erosion management is mainly risk-based. So you calculate the risk of failures. So for example, for flood embankments, when you design, you say, okay, what is the design value you take, and what are the risks that the certain embankments might fail? What are the failure mechanisms? So, and then they calculate the risk. They calculate all environmental risk, economic risk. So there is a method, there is a practice already. And if you know that, if we know that, then we don't have also this, sometimes, the sense of security. If you put the geobags in your bank, then your house is safe. But it is not like that. Yeah, so maybe we need to follow that approach. So I am more like in favor of having this kind of risk-based approach of all kind of these measures, designing measures. So that is the one thing. If we can move, like in the Netherlands, they started this, I think, in 2017 or 18 in their new guidelines, where they opted for this kind of approach. Also in the United States, FEMA has these guidelines. And India also in dam safety project, they have been talking about this approach. So probably we can also like implement that here, I mean, in this so that we are not worrying about whether it fails or not, but we know if it will fail, what will be the risk for me. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much. I thank all the panelists for this wonderful session, and I think it was really a very, very interactive and very active session. So thank you very much, audience as well, and good evening to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the panelists. Before we offer a vote of thanks, I would now like to request Brinda Kashyap. She is a youth delegate from India in Meghna Water Future Program of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Brinda, please come on the stage. So she has taken all the pains to report all the deliberations of the workshop, right from the first session to this last session. So may I request Ishita and Ivy to please felicitate her. So Brinda, if you have any doubts or any, you have missed out any points, I think it's the right time you can pose your questions to all the experts, if you have missed out on anything while reporting.
Not exactly, actually. I reported everything nicely till date, and I will rectify everything with with Tanvi and everyone, and create a technical report properly. Thank you.
That's good to know. Thank you. So we come to the end of today's program. So may I request Dr. Rajiv Goswami, sir, to kindly come on stage and offer the vote of thanks.
As we draw to a close, it is my great honor and privilege to extend a vote of thanks on behalf of FREMA, Water Resources Department, and Assam Agroforestry Development Board. Before I present the vote of thanks, I would like to provide a glimpse of what we have discussed in the sessions and how it will help us to move forward with NBS design, planning, and implementation in Brahmaputra River Basin. In the inaugural session, we heard about the aim and objectives of conference and the need for such an event in the region. It is primarily aimed at listing the possible NBS solutions and actions that can be customized to address or to help to reduce flood and erosion risk in Assam and Northeast region, covering the Brahmaputra River Basin. In the context of NBS solution, Assam agroforestry potentials were also introduced to the audience. Highlights from the pilot NBS in one of the comparatively stable spill channels in Majuli Island of Brahmaputra were shared by Brahmaputra Board by IIT Guwahati Professor Dr. Arup Kumar Sharma sir, and the final report of the project is expected very soon. In the case of global perspective, we heard about some of the case studies like Room for the River, Elevated House, and connecting the floodplains with rivers by removing or realigning the embankments. We also heard about integrated river basin management approaches and need for the basin-wise planning. Having said that, most of the presenters, being panelists for other sessions, also suggested that scale and enormity of the problem for system like Brahmaputra is very different. Therefore, we need to improve solutions. We can learn and use the globally available approaches as a starting point to debate so that modifications or improvements can be made before their pilot testing in our region. In the second topic, it was about the fundamentals behind failure mechanism and how nature-based solution can be used to address some of these issues. At the time, it was also highlighted that some of these solutions were found to be only partially successful for Brahmaputra in the past. It was stressed that morphology, hydrology, and vegetation dynamics should be looked in combination while developing the roadmap for NBS pilot testing. The suitability of selected vegetation species were also discussed. It was suggested that indigenous and local species should be preferred. Drawbacks of exotic and invasive species were also discussed. Some of the possible sites for piloting the nature-based solutions under ADB project were also discussed. In addition, some of the past works of Assam WRD with bamboo and wood-based material were also discussed. Overall, this session provided a few preliminary ideas about planning pilot testing of NBS activities for ADB and World Bank projects. In the next topic covered ideas about using wetlands for floodwater diversion. An example from Woodborough in UK was discussed in detail, where a system of wetlands has been used as a measure for flood risk management. NESAC also presented the study carried out in Dhemaji, Morigaon, and Sibsagar districts to analyze the wetlands for floodwater diversion. Assam State Remote Sensing Application Center also showcased the wetland database studies done in Assam. Experts from GIZ and IIT Guwahati also discussed some of the recent work being undertaken as a multi-stakeholder study for developing a wetland management plan for Dipperbill. Overall, it can be said that the views presented here have been echoed by the present activities taken by the state government of Assam, where wetland restoration is considered a flagship program under the present allocated budget. The other area discussed in the catchment treatment plan and related measures to tackle the erosion problem, it was emphasized that the DPR prepared by RFRI Jorhat has already provided some solutions in the form of various agroforestry models that are suitable for different conditions. A few presenters talked about the sediment problem in upper catchment and suggested that identifying the source of the problem is the core before we start planning for future actions. The need for sediment monitoring and budgeting was also discussed in this context. While we all acknowledge that catchment level planning and implementation of catchment treatment plans help problem faced by the state and system Brahmaputra and system of Brahmaputra are unique. Another important and interesting topic that has been discussed is livelihood aspects related to nature-based solutions. We learned about the sericulture and also jute textiles. At this conference, a few companies displayed coir and related products in the exhibition area. We are already using geobags for anti-erosion works. Pilot projects for Majuli by the Brahmaputra board and IIT Guwahati also utilize coir-based products. So this can be also used as one line of thought for the next endeavor. In continuation, we heard about few traditional practices that are also one kind of NBS, got some idea about PRV community activities for water harvesting in hilly areas, and also about jujube plantation efforts and some NBS activities related to water scarcity. The community participation role was discussed in detail. Water Resource Department, AADB and FREMA also suggested that community engagement is one of the aspects of the ongoing AADB and World Bank projects. In the last leg of the technical session, presenters talked about the performance indicators, tipping points, etc. It was also about threshold and optimal condition, floodplain management strategies, and different parameters to initiate the NBS cataloging process. It was also suggested that a nature-based planning approach can be adopted and analyzed and should involve multiple stakeholders throughout the process. About the indices, different ways to propose this are discussed. The project desirability index, a composite index for site selection involving communities, technical feasibility, financial feasibility, and even a community index after the project implementation can be one line of thought. Performance indicators need to be developed at multiple scales. At the basin scale, land use cover, slope, and erosion can be considered, whereas some special criteria can also be considered for the reach and the scale. In addition, tailored design and performance indicators for systems like Brahmaputra can also be an area of research. And at the end of the session, towards the end of the session, we also discussed about hybrid solutions like geobags, gabion matrix structures, anchor balls, jute textiles and geocells, geotubes and geosynthetics products in different locations in India. And various company representatives presented their products and offered their technologies in the context of flood and erosion management risk. So overall, we have lot of deliberations with panelists and dignitaries, and I would like to thank all. First and foremost, I would like to express my deep gratitude to our esteemed panelists. Your expertise and insight have been invaluable, enlightening us on the current state of nature-based solution, and also inspired us to think creatively and act decisively in our respective fields. We owe a special thank to our moderators. Your skillful guidance and thought-provoking questions ensured that our discussions were productive and engaging. You helped to create an environment where ideas flowed freely, leading to fruitful exchanges and deeper understanding. Our presenters, who shared their pioneering work and innovative research, deserve heartfelt appreciation. Your dedication and hard work are evident in the impactful projects and case studies you shared with us. Your contributions have enriched this conference and will undoubtedly influence our approaches and strategies in future. I express my gratitude towards all the participants and attendees. Thank you for your active engagement and contributions. I extend thanks and gratitude to Dr. Alice Penning, who have all the way from Amsterdam to come to this place to enlighten us with her expertise on nature-based solutions. I am thankful to experts and specialists from the World Bank, Mr. Aizama Wisma and Mr. Yokio Tanaka, for their active participation and knowledge sharing. I extend my gratitude to experts from specialists of Asian Development Bank for their support and cooperation. I am thankful to the experts and specialists of the entire team of PISC and PMTC for their active participation, and also the consultants from Mott MacDonald for their involvement. I am thankful to our team, FREMA, Water Resources Department, and AADB, who have been working tirelessly for so many days to materialize this event. Your enthusiasm and dedication have driven the successful conduct of this event. I especially thank our Deputy CEO, Sir Rupak Mojumdar sir, for his tireless effort for almost a month for materializing this event. Without your support, sir, we would not have been able to conduct this workshop. Together, we are paving the way for a sustainable and resilient future. Thank you, and safe travel and best wishes.
So we come to the end of the workshop, and we close for the day. Thank you all. Thank you for all your participation. Thank you.